Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon. I saw some people in the chat are joining us from across the pond. Welcome to day 4. I cannot believe we're more than halfway there. It's all been a bit of a whirlwind, but a ton of fun. So everyone grab your coffee, your tea, your breakfast, whatever it is that you want, because this coffee spot is all about tours, tech, and making life easier for advisors. I am incredibly excited to welcome TourRadar, a global marketplace connecting travelers and advisors with thousands of multi-day tours around the world. If you love efficiency, choice, and having a very powerful tool in your back pocket for your clients who want guided experiences, you are absolutely going to want to lean in for this one. As a reminder, we will be doing a fun giveaway. Like every coffee spot, we will be giving away 10 Starbucks gift cards for every day, only for those that are registered for the coffee spot. So we'll share the QR code after this so that you can make sure you register for TourRadars. And then I will announce the winners tomorrow morning. If you were at yesterday's with Global Travel Collection, I will be announcing the winners right after this coffee spot. So definitely stay tuned. But details on how to enter will be given at the end. If you are already registered, you are already entered to win. So you are all set. Anyways, that's enough from me. I'm going to hand it over to Mark and TourRadar. Have fun.
Hi everyone. Super excited to be here today. Late afternoon for me. I'm calling in from Portugal. As Shana mentioned, my name is Mark. I've been with TourRadar for 10 plus years already. Can't believe it myself. So I'm super excited because I joined the team when I think we were only 20, 25 people and grown to quite a mass of colleagues over the years. So I'm here today to talk about TourRadar Uncovered and how we help travel agents and advisors pretty much unlocking new potential within the multi-day touring space. So thank you for joining us today here. I heard we have quite a few hundred people already online and more coming, and happy to guide you through it all. And please don't hesitate towards the end to ask any questions you have. I'm here to make sure everyone gets and feels comfortable utilizing this TourRadar site. So let's get started. So let me see. Next page. Just quickly on the agenda, what we're going through. I'll very briefly run you through who TourRadar is, where we've came from, where we are today, just to build that personality aspect into it as well. Just because obviously we're trying to build the credibility with you guys as well. Then I'm gonna take you through the travel agent portal and the tools and even the booking process that we have available through our site for travel agents and advisors. And then the more fun part, all the opportunities and resources that are available to everyone booking through our site. And obviously towards the end, the Q&A. And don't worry about the presentation as well. We'll be sharing this with you all after the webinar. Let me see. Click here. So introduced myself already. I'm part of the partnerships team here at TourRadar. Before I joined the partnerships team and dealing with agents and advisors in B2B, I've actually worked with the tour operators. So I've managed over the years and onboarded all those suppliers, that majority of the suppliers, obviously, with my team that you have availability on today. But we are a global team. I'm joined, for example, by Esteban and Ayaka in the other offices that we have available, because we do have global offices. The headquarters is in Austria. That's where I'm originally from as well, in Vienna. But we also have a Toronto presence and a Brisbane presence in Australia. So really making sure that we're available to our customers, operators, and agent and advisors at all time. Here's just a quick glimpse of all the people that are behind the scenes of working at TourRadar. Majority of our team is the product and tech team, marketing team, but obviously we have business development people, travel agent support in all of the offices to support you as well. About TourRadar, we've been around since 2010. Originally, we've been more of a lead generation model, but slowly built up the platform to a B2C marketplace for customers searching, comparing, and booking adventures online. If you can imagine, back in the day, it was not as easy, spending quite an amount of money on multi-day adventures and even booking online. There has to be a lot of like trust built in, bank transfers to different countries and operators that you might not have been familiar with. So we decided to make sure we have a huge collection of. Now we are at about 50,000 adventures worldwide on our site. We've built our own review platform as well. So just like TripAdvisor, Google, we've built our own trusted system in place for customers to leave their reviews and build the credibility up of our suppliers. 2,500 operators spaced out as well. So there's quite a lot of supply from your existing operators that you might work with already and have heard of, as well as thousands and hundreds of small DMCs and family-owned businesses in each of the countries that we're operating in. Obviously, we're trying to have a diverse range of travel styles as well, besides the countries. So really making sure that we have everything from escorted group tours, river cruises, tailor-made and private adventures. So everything is really possible through TourRadar in that regard. Obviously, working with so many suppliers that you might have never heard of and want to get to know better, we've built in combination with our review platform, a traveler's choice system into our place as well. This is obviously to help customers and agents and advisors alike to build trust with those brands. Because again, so many brands out there, making sure you feel comfortable and building trust and a relationship with those suppliers is number one key. So we've put certain traveler choice badges in place for operators that we've had and built great relationships with, that have great response time, that have great content, and most importantly, reviews through our site. I'll showcase you later on a live demo how you can find all of this information, just so you are feeling 100% comfortable when booking a new supplier, that the trust aspect is there. And first and foremost, we're a tech company, obviously. So we're getting operators and travel agents and customers in touch through our system and building a system that helps you being more time efficient, spending your time on actually selling instead of having to spend hours and hours browsing websites for the right tour for your customers. We've built the system with a communication and reservation platform all in one place. So every travel agent that we're working with, they get their own partner portal where they can manage all their bookings, track their commissions, and even have access to marketing and branding for their pages as well. And we want to give a competitive commission as well. So we have plenty of partners where we are up to 14% commission per booking as well. And there's no other fees to be listed or utilize TourRadar as well. I think that's an important factor as well nowadays. We want to make sure we bring you the tools and it's the most efficient way possible. Here quickly, if you're not registered yet as a travel agent advisor, here's a QR code. And I think Shana or the team will share a link as well to the registration in the chat. So I'll just give it a second for you to pop that open. If you're new and haven't tested out the waters with TourRadar yet, be aware that we're working with a lot of travel agencies and host travel agencies already that have accounts. So you can simply add yourself as a travel agent under the existing accounts. You can either reach out to your manager at your host agency to get you added to their account, or you can actually also add your IATA number or agency credentials in our system and it find the right account for you. If you're still unsure, you can always email agents@tourradar.com and we'll guide you in the right direction. And if you're completely new independent advisor, of course, you can register your own agency as well. So here are just some existing agencies we're already working with, but there's plenty more. I think we have quite over 2,000 travel agents registered on TourRadar already. So your agency, if you're working with, might have had touch with us at some point already. So again, if you're unsure, just contact us or your managers at the host agency or contact person. The next page, I actually want to give a bit of a live demo. How it all works. So once you register with TourRadar, as I've mentioned before, you get access to a partner portal. We are trying to keep it very simple and clean for you to not get overwhelmed with information, but there's just a standard welcoming page with where you can see how much commission you've already earned, how much is pending, obviously access to our help center as well, and a few other tools. But the main part in here is when you get started, just filling out account details, just your basic information from a commission and payout point of view, and branding as well. So you can add your agency logo here, and I will show you where it will display on the TourRadar pages later. There's also a reporting section where you can just track again what has been paid out already, because we want to be as transparent as possible. It's always important when the commissions due that it's paid out, so you can track all your payments here as well. When it comes to the booking, I'm not going to go into too much details as of yet, because I'll show you the whole booking process first, and then we'll go back here. So when we're going over to the TourRadar page, as I've mentioned before, if you enter a logo, it will display up here. So you always know when you're logged in as a travel agent and under your travel agency. On the main page, a lot of useful information right away, what I've pretty much walked through already, so obviously you can always reread what we've been talking about. But let's go through the process of actually finding a product. So again, we have a lot of destinations, a lot of tours, so it can get overwhelming. But for the instance of this demonstration, let's just go Europe. Europe's coming up for summer sales. We have a lot of product in Europe, so almost 14,000 products. So how do you find your right adventure? We do have a handful of filters that are quite handy as far as narrowing down what you're looking for. Filters are based on importance, what we've seen our agents and advisors and customers even using through our page. So by applying some filters, and as far as departure date, how much you want to spend, the duration, it narrows down the search quite much. So it's still 250, but not 13,000 products anymore. Let's just say I want to go to Germany, Austria, and France. We're at 119 results. Still quite a lot, but at least gives you a narrowed down view of what you can potentially be looking for. On this page, as well as I mentioned before, here you can see Europamundo has one of our gold badges. So quite a big achievement already. You can see basic tour details already, how long the tour is, which destinations is visited, which age range. The language is operated in as well, because we do have a few tours that are potentially offered in different languages, Spanish, French, whatever you wanted to ask for. And we also never hide which operators we're working with. So we want to be as transparent as possible. It's never going to be a surprise. And one of the most important parts as well, of course, you can see on the the right-hand side from your perspective, the commissions you can earn per partner. So also, again, trying to be as transparent as possible. Let's just choose one of the destinations. Here's a good commission. Let's view the tour. And you can see your logo will be displayed throughout those pages as well. On the tour page itself, you'll find all the most important aspects, again, what are important for your customers to know. Group sizes, age ranges, if it's a full guided tour, of course, the day-by-day itinerary as well, and the map that goes along with it. When we're scrolling down, what's included, always important. A lot of the operators that we have listed, they're going very much into detail as far as what hotels they're staying with, what the options are for upgrading, all the meals, activities that are included. So you can even see the day-by-day where the hotels are at for some suppliers. A bit of an overview again of the operator, all the reviews that they've received through our site over the years as well. So 4-star rating, quite good already for these partners. As far as deciding on the right tour, there's a few options on how to go about it as far as booking. So the first aspect could be, if you're not quite sure, if you want to go ahead with this tour operator, have some questions, you can always contact the operator through our site. So these inquiries and messages go directly to each of the suppliers that we're working with. And then it creates a communication window through our system with each of the suppliers. So if you're asking for a different departure date, any customizations that you're requiring, anything can be asked to the operator directly. You can also share an actual tour link with your customers. So if you click on Share Tour, this creates a unique link for you to share with your customers, and the customers can browse the same thing. They will actually see that this tour they can see your logo, and they can even see the travel agent side of things. So knowing that you are their travel agent, and if they contact you via this page, you will get a notification. So there's always a way of sharing. The customer could even book directly. You would even still get the commission, would handle the booking on behalf of the customer. So there's different ways of handling this. If you and the customer already decided you want to go on a departure, you choose the right departure that's available. I'm just going to quickly go here to the checkability page. You can also see that certain tours are instant confirmation. So immediately you would get a confirmed seat on this tour. About 70% of our product is instant bookable. So you can be guaranteed that your tour will go ahead if we obviously charge your card. If there's any cancellations at a later stage, of course, we're trying to avoid these and try to rebook as much as possible with other suppliers that we have in place. But that usually is being avoided because we have live availability with most of the suppliers. If we're going to go ahead and actually click on confirm booking, again, it will say that you're logged in as a travel agent. It'll give you a rooming suggestion based on the amount of people that you entered. So if I'm actually just traveling by myself, it will suggest to go and book a single room. It'll have all the details as far as the rooming options. It'll have your commission update, how much you're going to be earning. Since I'm based in Europe, I'll actually see all the pricing in Europe. But if you're dialing in from Canada, US, London, you'll actually see the pricing in your currency as well, and you'll pay in your currency. If you're booking on behalf of the customer, you would filter out their details, choose if you want to just pay the deposit and the final payment date once it's done, or the full amount if they are willing to do so. And then you can either send the customer a payment link for them to enter their credit card details, or you can just enter their credit card details if you have them in a retail store. However, the process is that you're currently dealing with the customer's credit card details. But I think we've seen a lot of travel agents using the payment link just because it's easier, making mistakes, typing in the wrong numbers, naming mistakes. Always good to have your hands off of that one. But as soon as you obviously generate a payment link for the customer, they will not see the commission that you can earn. So it's very white labeled as well to make sure that we're hiding the important details. And once the payment is actually gone through, I'll go back now to the partner portal. Under the bookings, you'll see all your bookings in here. If I'm clicking on one of them, this is the communication page I was talking about before. So this is where you're actually going to talk to the operator back and forth about customizations, about confirmation, email that you get. This is where you can upload documents if passport details are required and such. And that's where the operator will share any trip notes, vouchers that will be needed to actually start the tour. Important is obviously from a payment perspective, I would say, is we automatically take the deposit, and then when the final payment becomes due, we'll automatically charge the final payment. So there's not a manual follow-up required. We'll send invoices out as well. So there's a few automations that are in place that just will take a bit of work away from agents and advisors as well. When it comes to cancellations, this would also be the place, or amendments, this would be the place where you would communicate with the operator to make these action items happen. If at any point, obviously, you need support from TourRadar, we are there. We obviously have great relationship with our suppliers, but once in a while there are miscommunications, something happens, we're always happy to step in. We're also happy to support you along the way if it's the first time booking and such. We also make sure that our operators that we're working with meet our standard service agreements, and making sure they respond within a reasonable hour of time, get back to you, update everything accordingly, just so we provide the best service to you as we can, as much as to our travelers and operators as well. And at any point, I've showed you before the filtering stages as well. We do have a chat bot as well. It's obviously AI these days. Our avatar scout, our llama, is here to assist. So you can ask anything, and he will go through every little detail that's displayed on an itinerary that will help you find the right product. So it will give you tour suggestions as is. If you used ChatGPT before, it's a very similar concept where it gives you the top 3 tours that match your search criteria as well. That's everything in regards to, well, there's probably a lot more, but that's everything right now from a booking process. If I'm going back now to the presentation itself, let me just see. I want to go and guide you through the opportunities, resources, and incentives that we have in place as well. We're always trying to have some deals in place with our operating partners, and with 2,500 suppliers, there's always some sort of deal and promotion going on, late minute deals, early bird deals, you call it whatever. We have usually any destination has some sort of deal, if it's even just one tour. Currently, we're just wrapping up our big sale of the beginning of the year, the mega sale. It's running for another week, so you still have a bit of time to browse and see if you do find something. What's different between the mega sales that we're running? So usually it's mega sale. We have one in the middle of the year, a big one, and then one for Black Friday, of course. What's different here is a lot of the suppliers we're working with, the DMCs, a lot of the discounts they give us are exclusive on TourRadar. So you won't always find them anywhere else online, just because we've tried to build and squeeze as much discounts and exclusivity out of them. So there's really a huge opportunity for you to take advantage of those discounts for your customers as well. And like, we do have a discount up to 70%. It's not a lot of the tours, but a few departures here and there where the operator is really trying to fill the seats and get customers a great deal on the next journey as well. We do provide a media toolkit where you can utilize the share link functionality that I've mentioned before, with the visuals that we provide to really utilize them for your email marketing campaigns to your customers or social media campaigns that you're running as well, to really take advantage and provide you with the right tools to be successful in these instances and cases. As I've mentioned, we also have deals of the week. So there's always going to be some deals running. The way we're working on that is that we know when certain destinations are becoming popular with customers, so we make sure we go to our operators and ensure there's a deal in those destinations when we promote this on a weekly basis. And all of them can be found on our site by filtering by biggest deal or just going to our deals subpage as well. One new thing that we're really trying to push right now and trying to get agents, advisors, and customers alike to use is our custom GPT. So TourRadar has built their own custom GPT, and it's so quick and useful, and you can get so detailed. We'll share the link with you afterwards because you guys can have access to it all. You can get so detailed. I've been using it with some agents and testing it out, where it literally just tells you, it's like, hey, I have 4 people, 2 adults, and 2 children. Find me a tour that includes these destinations, can be privatized, can be done in Spanish on a private basis for March. And it literally narrows down everything because it goes through all the tour details, the day-by-day itineraries, to really find that specific tour. I was looking the other day for a South Africa tour that goes to a specific game reserve, a small private one, and it actually found me, there was just one tour we had that goes to that reserve, and it was just the perfect tour. So it just saves so much time to actually go through all the tours. Again, I know how it is. I've been using our site. It can get overwhelming if you don't know the suppliers, you don't know the tours themselves. You have to read through every day-by-day itinerary, what's included section. It can get tiring. So with this functionality, I think we can save everyone so much time in really finding the right product as well. I've even utilized it with the agent to say, find me the right trip. You found the trip. Now help me write a social media post, and then you just add a visual and post it and let customers book, and you see the bookings and commission roll in as it goes. So I think there's a lot of opportunity and excitement that go through here. So here you can see the results it brings you as you go through it all. It gives you a quick overview of the reviews of the tour, the price per person, where it goes, the specific details you ask them as far as the route or what's included. So there's a bit of a quick overview that really helps you make the right decision for your customers as well. Another initiative we've just hosted, and if you're already part of TourRadar, you must have received an email last week about it. Concept is not new, of course, as far as hosting your own trip and traveling for free. But what we've put together, we really want to create that community where you feel comfortable from all our suppliers that we're having to know that they can quickly put a trip together for you, a custom trip based on an existing itinerary, and then let you manage that group, sell out your trip, and get commission for every traveler that books on that trip as well. It's just an easy, seamless support how we help agents, influencers, affiliates, anyone who really wants to host their own trip to get that up and running as quickly as possible and help them promote it as well. The way we do our hosted trips, as far as it goes right now, we have a handful of destinations and very selected few operators that are participating to test it out and roll it out, making sure the whole process is very smooth and easy for our partners to use. If you're a host, as soon as you get 3 people traveling with you, so 4 people altogether, your seat is for free. So that's the easy start as far as that goes. And then, as we've said before, if you start sharing your customized review link, the way it looks is our owner Travis is actually doing and testing it out himself and doing a little vacation. We create custom pages for you, so we will be able to add your visual, your image of yourself here. Here you can see your travel agent. This is me right now, but this is how the whole page would look like if you're actually sharing it with your customers. So they know they're going with you. They know they can contact you at any time. We're highlighting your phone number, your email address, anything that can be done here. And the whole process is very personalized as well. We have a small team that helps you, just going back now, that helps you find the right tour, find the right operator and itinerary, and building it together. So it's an application process where we just match you with one of our agents that really jumps on a call with you, makes sure we understand what you're looking for, and then really matching you with the right tour operator that we have on our site. So really trying to help you build that whole ecosystem through TourRadar as well, and find new ways of get to travel for free for you, of course, and then obviously bring your audience along with you. Here are just some of the incredible destinations we're kind of starting with right now: Peru, Turkey, Iceland, as I mentioned. Travis is going on, so there's a lot of opportunity on that front. And the last part, I'm just looking at the time as well. The last part is we're running fan trip incentives as well. So that's open to any travel agent that makes booking in a certain period of time. Currently, next week it's starting. We've announced it already, but next week we're starting for any bookings between February and March. You get a chance to win a trip to Vietnam in June. And we're really excited for those fam trips because obviously you get to know the destinations, the local authentic experiences. What we're trying to do a bit different with our fam trips is it's not just travel agents. We're also trying to get guides, advisors, ambassadors, affiliates, influencers on those trips together to really create a unique group, to really have collaborative workshops and like-minded partners to all selling in different avenue streams. The way such a format we'll be looking at, we're running our first one in Marrakesh, starting in Marrakesh next month. The first 2 days is kind of a workshop as far as content creation, storytelling, to really help you build up your brand and your credibility with your customers. And then there's going to be some sessions actually going through a tour, how to create the right content. I know there's so many Instagram stories and everything shared after a trip usually happens. So this is your way to actually get some insights from influencers as well to know how to sell your product, and maybe get the right angle sometimes on the tours as well. And then obviously this workshop is followed by an actual organized adventure where you experience the country, immerse yourself in the culture, and really get to know the destination and become an expert where you're going with as well. So starting next week, 1st of February, you can already start making your first bookings and get entered to win a trip to Vietnam in June. How to participate: just make a booking, follow us on our agent Facebook group, potentially post yourself on our agent Facebook group, introducing yourself and why you should be going. So I think the more you highlight yourself, I think the better chances and attention you'll grab from our side as well. And again, Vietnam is just the beginning in Morocco. We'll also be heading to Peru and Egypt this year. So even if you don't get the chance to go to Vietnam, plenty of other opportunities will be coming along. I did talk a lot about a lot of things today. There's all the links that are useful to you. Again, we'll be sharing the presentation with you at a later stage. So don't worry about it. If you didn't get everything, we'll provide all the details afterwards. I think questions can be happening now.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions, which is great. No, it's great. The questions are great. Thank you so much. Yes, to everyone who is here, who is registered, you will receive the slides. Give us a hot minute since this week is host week, but you will receive them by middle of February. So not to worry. And we've been sharing the links in the comments as well. So I hope everyone has been in there and having some fun. I do see the chat keep going off. I do want to share a couple really sweet comments with you, and then I'm going to jump into the questions because we've got some really good ones. But I have one that says, shout out because I've been using TourRadar for years. I've been getting all the sales too this week, very customized. They do all my Europe trips and I have excellent operators. So that was one of the advisors. We have another one who said, I love vendors who allow us to send payment links. Love it. So want to share some love. And then now I have got a bunch of questions for everyone in the comments. I will make my way through the questions as quickly as I can. But just remember, anything that we can't make our way through, you can absolutely get in touch with TourRadar directly. And Mark, I mean, you've got the whole team there too. They will get back to you and help you and answer. So, but I'm going to get to as many of them as I can. Okay. Does TourRadar vet their suppliers for reliability and integrity? You talked a little bit about this, but if you could give us a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. So unfortunately, we can't visit every supplier in person and really do the due diligence, but obviously, we're a virtual tech company. We do have a vetting process in place. We give everyone, making sure they have all the registration papers in place. So there's things we do ask of them when we onboard them. The other vetting parts that we do is actually monitoring the first 5 inquiries, first 5 bookings, and first 5 reviews each supplier is getting. So that's an automated process that our team manually checks once these criteria are hit. If the partner needs support as far as just, English is not everyone's first language. If they need support as far as just, tidying up or creating templates for them, even we support them throughout the process. Making sure they respond in time. Even if we've been working with some partners for a while, sometimes things slip as they do. They get busy. They forgot to answer some inquiries. We have a system in place that monitors everything. If response time drops, if cancellation or decline rates drop for each supplier, we do jump on that and help them as much as we can. Sometimes we have to part. That's just life. Sometimes as well, because we want to make sure our customers feel supported and heard and feel safe when booking and feel secure. But we're there with our suppliers and help them as much as we can as well to make sure they can improve their booking process or their just response time with us, and helps their own direct sales as well in that regard. And the other part, I think what's important from a security safety point of view is all payments initially go through TourRadar. We don't pay out suppliers until after the tour departs. So there's always that security blanket for travelers, agents, and suppliers that TourRadar holds their funds in pretty much insolvency bank account that we don't touch. So in case something really happens, we have the funds and we can secure the payments from that perspective and angle as well. I think that's a really important, one of the most important parts as well.
I think that is a very important part for our advisors to know, is that the funds are secure with you all. Because I know you have operators that are some of the biggest in the world, and then you have some that are really small as well, which is a beautiful thing, right? That you have, you've got the big guns, the big whales, but then you also have smaller, very specific, very niche operators. And a lot of our advisors have very specific niches. So that is really great to know. All right, next question. You already kind of talked about this and we had commented a bit about it, but just to make light of this for everybody in the comments, We had a comment, is there a way for money to be priced or converted into American dollars so we know what the price is on our end? And you said yes. Essentially, it's where you are located. So when I pull up TourRadar, it comes up in Canadian dollars, right? If you're in the US, it's going to come up in US. If they're in the US, can they see things in other currencies besides the American dollar?
No, it will be in USD. So
Okay.
we've had certain customers that, obviously on the road, they're traveling agents, they want to
Yes.
quickly get something up and running for their customers. We are able to change the currency in the back end. So if you really say, okay, I really need this in a certain currency, we can send it in the right currency to you or to your customers as well.
Great. I assume the answer is no here, but will commission be shown to the customer when you share the link with them?
No, you just have to be really careful. Don't share your URL. Really make sure you click on that share link button. Then everything will be blocked out. So it will be just a normal TourRadar page, not an agent page in that sense.
Great. I think there was another question around the link. Hold on, because I want to line those up. Sorry, we have like all the questions. Hold on. Where did this one go? Okay. So if a client clicks on my unique link, but later finds a TourRadar ad on Google and books the trip through that ad, will that booking still be given to me?
Unfortunately, not, because it's a unique link that's associated with your account. So I would always make sure that you get the customer to that page, and then maybe just send the payment link with it directly already as well.
Yeah. Yes, because it's not an affiliate link, so just for everyone, it's not working that way.
It's a unique link for each advisor that's an agent that's logged into their account.
Yeah. And as an advisor too, I would make sure to make that clear to your clients. If you're helping your clients, people want to book through you, right? They're going to see the same price at the link you're sending and the exact same price as a direct customer. So they're not seeing anything different from that regard on TourRadar. But make sure that you're clear with them that, the booking is associated with me if you click through this link. If you go separately, the booking is not associated to me. Clients are absolutely fine with that information. I know that my advisor has told me that many times when I've booked stuff through her. So, and I don't even think twice about it. I make sure I go back to her email because I know I work with her consistently. So,
yeah.
Okay.
I think that one aspect is it's just like making sure it's like, hey, if you're making the booking, I'm still taking care of everything. So come back, because I'm like, they usually book flights to the agent and everything else. So making sure, hey, let me take care of it. If you book potentially somewhere else, you will have to deal with yourself, and
yes.
I'm not in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we still got lots of questions. Okay. Do you have operators that offer like 1 or 2 day tours in their destinations? For example, doing like a pre or a post cruise tour?
Yes. So we do have, I've actually looked at that the other day because we had a question around this. We do have a couple hundred tours in Europe, Asia, that are just day tours, like the typical day tours out of the main cities. It's not our main forte, really, because we focus on multi-day, but we work with so many DMCs. And we ask them to only load multi-day tour on our site. So if you're booking with any operator, they can pretty much customize and offer any add-ons that you really want on each of the destinations. So it's just a matter of once you book, or even before you book, just ask them what they can do for you, and that's pretty much all it takes.
Yeah. Abby, if you want to link our article about what is a DMC. So for everyone in the chat, a DMC is a destination management company. The way I look at them is they specialize in that very specific destination, and they're in destination typically. So that's why they manage that destination, is kind of the way I think about it. But we have an entire long form article that really dives into what DMCs are, how you work with them. They are typically almost predominantly B2B. But yeah, I'll get Abby, if you can link that in the comments, just for anyone who wants to understand what a DMC is a little bit more. All right, more questions. How does this work if I want to book a group?
Same way. Same way. You would just the thing is, there's two ways of actually approaching this. If you want a private departure, we can set up a private tour, and then people just book on that one private departure, so everyone has their own booking link. If you want to manage the group booking, you would go about it the same way. You just I would go about it actually before booking a tour. I would actually contact two operators, let them know about that, because sometimes they're actually able to give you like a big group discount as well. So that's always a plus when you're doing that. Always let them know in advance, I'm planning 10 people, 20 people, how much you want, so they can get the right tour put together for you as well. So the good thing is, like, we work with a handful of different partners. It takes a minute to write each of them, and then just see who's writing back faster, who has the better quote for you, and you really can put together what you want. So that's the nice part about it. You don't have to wait for one operator, one DMC. Write 3, 4 partners that you find that you think might match your customer's profile, and then go for it, and then see who's the fastest response, like who's winning in that race as well, right? So they always like to fight about big group bookings as well.
Yeah.
We do have a dedicated support team for group bookings as well, just to kind of guide you in the right direction of which suppliers might fit you best. So you're not, let's say, wasting your time, but have a more narrowed down search field for you as well. So there's TourRadar support in that regard as well.
Oh, that's great. And we always like efficiency. So if you can get one email out there and you can speak to 4 different suppliers. For everyone listening, also make sure that when you are doing groups, is that you're asking if this is a net rate or gross rate. The last thing you want to do is you want to give the net rate to the clients directly. We want to make sure we're marking those up, but just as a precaution to make sure that you're always asking. And quite frankly, the operators and DMCs are actually quite good at outlining for you anyways. But we always like to give that warning because we want to make sure you are getting paid for the time that you've put into this booking.
It happened a few times already, but like, obviously we work very closely with the operators through our site, and they usually update the pricing directly in this communication window I've shown you before, and they know to include the commission there. So because if they update it and share with you, it's their issue, not ours as well.
Perfect. No, good. We like to hear that. Okay, so I'm going to kind of combine 2 questions here. So I have a question around what are some of the tour companies that you work with, and are any of them on the luxury scale?
We do work with a handful of luxury suppliers. Yeah, I'm thinking of the bigger brands right now. If you're looking at luxury gold, I would put Scenic potentially in that category from a river cruise perspective as well. So luxury gold, Avalon, Inside Vacations is going down up that direction as well. When it comes to the smaller DMCs in general, they can put pretty much every package together on a luxury scale as well. They have the contacts to all the hotels. They have the contacts to the local ground handlers as well. So if you really want something super luxury from a safari, they're not cheap. They have access to all the lodges as well there. So it's really just a matter of what are you expecting from an accommodation perspective, from a car or a transport perspective. That's all a matter of just communicating with the suppliers and the DMCs in that regard.
Yeah. And I know 2 of our partners that are doing giveaways. So for everyone listening, remember we've got 10 giveaways at the end of the event. So 2 of them, so Colette, which is a 100-year-old plus tour company, quite large, and Intrepid Travel, same idea. They're about 40 years old. And they're both considered large tour operators. They're both available on TourRadar. Exactly. But then you have very local, very small operators as well. So you kind of, with TourRadar, you kind of get the mix of everything. You kind of get the small, medium, large, if you will, in terms of the size of the business. So
one example I always like to give, I've onboarded a small Sicilian operator, Sicily Adventures, on our site a couple of years ago, and he had like 1 departure a month. Yeah. I went on a tour just to kind of check it out. It was literally 8 people in a group, all 60 plus. So I brought the age average down a bit, but it was amazing. And we just helped him like grow to like 3 departures a week now. So I was like, it's just nice to see supporting those local suppliers, and they're all staying in like super boutique hotels, super great transport. Amazing, obviously local recommendations as far as restaurants go. So it's just really trying to find that niche spot that your clients potentially never knew they wanted, with local suppliers, just to get that authenticity as well in it.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. We do have somebody, I think this is a very specific question, so I think this can be a quick yes or no, is do you work with travel agencies based in South Africa?
Yes.
Yes. Great. There. Easy answer. We love it. Okay. So what are some other questions? I think we've got time for one or two more. So if, let me see here. Oh my God, we got so many. I love it. Okay, I'm not sure, Soho Food Park. I know you've been with us all week, so I want to make sure that I'm asking your question correctly. I think you meant sorry, the question is written as, if one of these tours is during a cruise, do they have a guarantee back to ship policy? I don't believe that is something that TourRadar covers. I think you're asking like if they leave the ship for a day, have the tour for the day. I think so. Food Park, best to think of TourRadar not as a single day tour operator platform, but it's really focused on multi-day, I think is the best way. So you don't really focus on those day tours off the ship. Like shore excursions and things like that. You don't really do that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but that's not what you focus on.
It potentially could be possible, like I said, with the DMCs to provide day tours, but I think that just adds a bit of complexity to it as well, because then the operator has to know the full schedule of the departure of the cruise, and they don't want to be responsible for you missing that part, obviously. So I think that's just a bit of take your own risk situation if you really want to go with it. But I would consider it more as a pre and post cruise add-on in that sense. I think that's the safest option.
I agree. And I really like the honesty here, because, you probably do have day tours that they could do off of a cruise ship, but that is not TourRadar's specialty. I would, Soho Food, I would look at them more pre and post than I would kind of during a cruise. They also you have river cruise companies on there as well, because you were mentioning Scenic. And so, no, great question though. That was, I like kind of getting into the nitty gritty of that. I think we've got time for one more. Let's see what we've got here.
I love the
this is a fun question, because I think this one's going to be easy for you to answer. What parts of the world does TourRadar offer?
All of them.
Worldwide. Great question.
Worldwide.
Though.
So I think we're pretty much covered in like 150 plus countries. So like might not have a lot in all of these destinations, but we're trying to have at least a few tours in each of the main destinations that customers potentially want to go with. There's going to be destinations where it probably doesn't make much sense. I'm like in a case I was just looking the other day at Jamaica and Bahamas and stuff like that. There is, it's small islands that might not be the best fit for actually doing multi-day group tours, because the tours or the vacations that people take there is hotels and day tours out of the hotels potentially. So there might be limited. We do have products, so don't get me wrong, but there might just be limited product in those cases there as well. But we're really trying to narrow down and have a broad spectrum of tours and travel styles. Last year we went to India, for example, and found out that cycling tours in India are the biggest trend right now. So we didn't have any cycling tours on TourRadar, so we went out there and asked existing suppliers and found some new ones that actually offer cycling tours to India. So, sometimes it's just not knowing what's out there really as well.
Yeah. All right. That is our time today, which was, I'm so glad we had so much time for the Q&A. There are definitely more Q's that need some A's in the chat. So please reach out to the TourRadar team. I know Abby shared the link for TourRadar. Do not worry, everyone. If you are registered for this session, Mark will be reaching out to you afterwards with the slides and everything. Again, give it about a week or two, just because we're coming off of host week. And so we'll get everything over to Mark. So don't worry, we will get him all your information. Mark, thank you so much. What a great way to start our Thursday.
Thank you so much, Shayna. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to get Juan. If you can put the QR code up for registering for this coffee spot. If you aren't registered and you want to get the slides, you want to be entered to win the Starbucks gift card. I love the comment of somebody in the chat was like, oh, I work at Starbucks, so it's always funny. We give away Starbucks gift cards. Love that this morning. Or you want to get in touch with Mark, best to register for the coffee spot. so that we can make sure that you can get in touch with him and he can put you in touch with the right person on the TourRadar team for the rest of your questions. Thank you so much to everyone for your fantastic questions. Keep them coming. We love them. The partners love them. That's what we're here to do, is to answer them and help. Okay. So yesterday's winners from, if you were at Global Travel Collections Coffee Spot, I'm going to run through the names. I apologize if I say any names incorrectly. I understand my name gets said incorrectly all the time. But yesterday, the winners of the 10 gift cards are Chelsea Bolton, Kelly Lapley, Lisette, Mariana Race, Kate Prudent, Amy Self, Barbara Tansky, Diana Barnes, Talita Senna, and Julia Ott. So I hope I said at least some of those right. But we will be emailing you next week with your gift card. Congratulations. Thank you for being a part of Host Week and our coffee spots. As a final reminder, before I give you a quick break, before we get right back into the day, do register separately. Tomorrow we have Incentive Connection Travel. They had their interview yesterday, which was fantastic. So much love for Robert and the team in the comments. They're back tomorrow. It is a big Q&A session. So come with all those Qs, because we are going to answer them for you. And they're also a weekly sponsor, so we love them dearly. I'm now going to leave you for a short break, but come back at 11:55 Central Time, and we'll jump right back into the day with our one thing. Thanks so much.
Hello, I'm Kerry Dyer, Chief Development Officer at Brownell. Brownell is a US-based host agency supporting 150 advisors and their teams throughout North America, and we have several located in other destinations throughout the world. Our advisors are full-time, high-achieving business entrepreneurs. They often rely on others to help them in their business as they continue to build and to move forward. So our one thing for everyone this year, and actually every year throughout the life of your business, is to outsource. There are three main buckets of outsourcing that people typically need support, and they are marketing, infrastructure, as it relates to forms and systems and organization to include a CRM, and then also task management, the itinerary building, the VIP letters. All of these things either fall into, I don't have time to do it, I don't want to do it, or I'm interested in it, but I may not be very good at it. And so there are three ways that we recommend that you can take advantage of outsourcing and lightening your load just a little bit. So the first is the idea of subscribing. The travel industry has many other companies that are out there that were built to support the travel advisor. They understand what it is like working in the business and have been very clever to create and offer businesses that support the other things that may not be directly travel planning. They include Trevello, who creates templates and marketing content where an advisor can subscribe. Teak, who has a whole host of infrastructure ideas helping you build your CRM, and also forms and different packets of information that you can use to help create and design the foundation of your business. And then also Lucia. There you can hire on a subscription basis to outsource any of the task management that you may have related to clients or the day-to-day of your business. Please know that there are many others out there. I've just highlighted a couple that I know resonate with advisors that we work with. The second idea is to contract. So you may not need a full-time subscription basis. You may not need something every month for the year ahead. You may have a very specific project that you need to have done or cater to you. Oftentimes, when you subscribe, it is a template that's created for the general travel advisor population. If you contract out, you're able to curate, whether it's marketing content, a CRM system, or an itinerary built exactly the way that you want it built. By hiring out project management, they will customize it to you. So these are people that you would outsource, gig workers, if you will. And a couple of places that you can find them are Fiverr, Upwork, and a website called Moonlighting. The neat thing about this is that if you really enjoy the contract worker that you had, keep in touch. They appreciate the consistency of having similar people to work with on again and off again. And you will appreciate that they understand how you work, or that they understand what your voice is and what you're trying to communicate, whether outside to the bigger marketing world or even just internally to your clients. And finally, hiring. Our belief is that once you hit $1 million in sales, it is time for you to hire someone as an exclusive member of your team. Now, the number of hours may vary, could be 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week, 40 hours a week. You pick what fits you. But what we would suggest is overestimate the time that you may need. If you hire someone for 20 hours when you really need them for 30, you'll run out of that 20 really quickly. And you may have hired someone who doesn't have the flexibility to go to 30 hours per week. So yes, start small, but think big so that you don't outgrow this person or this service too soon after you've hired them. One other interesting statistic that we have at Brownell is that the ROI is there. So say, for instance, $1 million in sales is the equivalent of $100,000 in revenue. For the advisors who took, say, $40,000 of capital and invested it in an assistant or a team member that belongs to them, which I know that's a huge chunk of money, within 18 months, they have made back the $40,000 and they actually have earned another $40,000. So they took that 100,000, they invested 40, and they ended up with $140,000. Not to mention the fact is their margins are typically higher because they have the time to look for additional clients. And their quality of life was better because they aren't spending their time in a lot of the details that they could easily delegate to someone else. So that's our advice for one thing, outsource. Thank you so much for your time. And now let's get back and start today's host week presentations. Off to you, Steph and Shayna. Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are joining us from. I know some of you are watching live and others are watching the recorded version. Whichever one you are, we are so happy to have you here. Happy Thursday, all. We are officially day 4 out of 5 for host week. I don't know if you are more excited, if we're more excited, but it's going to be a fantastic day. We have a great lineup of speakers and interviews for you. For those that are joining us for the first time today, my name is Shayna. I am the managing director here at Host Agency Reviews, and I'm here to help guide you through our daily schedule of absolute goodness each day of Host Week. I might be the MC, but Host Week really would not be possible without the entire Host Agency Reviews team. You've got Jen, Abby, Rita, and Juan in the background, and you all know Steph, our wonderful founder. She's jumping on and off throughout the day. Huge thanks to the entire team for the hours/days/months that they've put into this. And everything that they are doing behind the scenes that you all cannot see. I can't even tell you how incredible they all are. It is extensive for our small yet mighty team. So if you have just logged on, make sure to check out today's coffee spot with TourRadar, which was just about an hour ago, or say an hour ago. It ended about 10 minutes ago. And we do have our final one tomorrow with Incentive Connection Travel. I've already seen love in the comments today for Robert. So he is back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time. So make sure to tune in, same time, same place. All right. Before we hand it over, I do want to remind everyone, I'm sure you all know this off by heart by now, but Host Week would not be possible without our incredible sponsors. A huge thank you to our weekly sponsors, Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travify, and Travel Industry Solutions. And today we have our Thursday daily sponsorship from Dream Vacations Franchise, whose interview was on Monday, Global Travel Collection, who had their interview on Monday as well, and yesterday's coffee spot, fantastic coffee spot. You absolutely want to go see that with Vanessa McGovern. Nexion Canada, whose interview is today, and Travel Planners International, who had their host interview on Tuesday. And tomorrow they will be joining us for an EduSpot session to close out the event. So Host Week really honestly wouldn't be possible without all of you. As much as it wouldn't be possible without the team, it isn't possible without all of you. So excited that you're joining us. And let me introduce you to our next speaker, our keynote for today. Max, the CEO of Sherpa. So if you've ever thought to yourself, there has to be an easier way to explain entry requirements to clients, or every country has different entry requirements. Do my clients need a visa? What kind? This keynote is going to be fantastic for you. Max is here to talk about all that eVisa stuff and helping advisors work smarter in today's travel environment. I am so excited. And without further ado, you can stop listening to me, and I'm going to turn things over to Max to discuss the world of the eVisa. I'll see you on the other side. Have fun, Max.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shayna. I'm really excited to be here. Thanks so much to you and the Host Agency Reviews team for having me. I'm sure that entry requirements is going to be in contention for, most boring subject, but I'm thinking, I'll probably be able to share some info that you might not know about the space, and hoping that everybody walks away knowing why now is a good time to care and what you can do about it. Great. So we started Sherpa 10 years ago, because myself, my co-founder Ivan, were avid travelers. We weren't from the industry, but we just kept running into this experience of not knowing what we needed to cross a border, being confused, missing trips, having trips pushed back. It was just never a good experience. And we wanted to start the company because of that, but we were excited to start the company because of the shift that's been going on in travel documentation that I'm going to talk about. So this is a chart showing you when governments have been implementing electronic visas and ETAs. You can see that it all started back in 1996 with the Australian government. Australia had a very specific challenge where, they're on the other side of the world of most of the key markets for them in terms of travelers. And also, they have this very, isolated environment that they need to protect from like a customs and immigration standpoint. So it was not uncommon that you can imagine someone flying from like Columbus to Sydney, spending a whole day of traveling back in the 90s, getting there just to be turned away by customs because of some, mostly legitimate concern. This is a really big issue for them. So they implemented the Australian ETA, which was a groundbreaking document where people could register ahead of time for a trip to Australia. And if they had to go through advanced customs screening, they could do it, in the origin rather than having to fly around the world just to go through that process. So it made a lot of sense, and it kicked off a wave. You saw the United States turn on the ESTA program in the early 2000s, and then you saw Turkey turn on the first eVisa. So ETAs are pre-registry. It's not technically a visa to enter the country. That's still granted by the customs authority upon arrival. But for Turkey, they just took their old paper-based visa process and moved it online. And that's become another kind of big standard for these documents. And we've gone from a world, back when we started the company in 2016, roughly 7% of travelers needed some sort of eVisa or ETA for their trip. Last year, it was 30 to 40%. Next year, it'll be more than half of all international travelers who need an eVisa or ETA for their trip. And that's why now is the time to care. So, yeah. What are these documents? I get asked the question a lot, like, hey, these eVisas and ETAs, are they just a big cash grab? And the answer is no. You heard the story about Australia. Customs authorities generally have a really important job to do. They're part of the defense apparatus of every country. There's a legitimate reason to screen travelers coming into a country. And eVisas and ETAs, where the ETA is the pre-registry before a trip, eVisas are the replacement for a paper-based visa online. They give the government an opportunity to front load this process and bring it out of the date of travel experience. You all work around aviation, the cost of administering something inside of an airport in terms of time spent and also just money spent, because it's a very high traffic environment, it's very high. So the more you can take these processes either online or into an embassy or a consulate, the easier it is for the government, but also generally for the traveler too. It's nice to have that assurance that I'm going to land, and at least I'm not going to, I'm not less likely to have a long process in the airport. With most ETA programs today, this standard is really what's empowered this proliferation of the e-gates inside of airports that you're seeing in like London Heathrow, across the Middle East, more and more in Asia as well, like Singapore. Makes things easier for everybody. So there's a legitimate reason, but it's true. The domestic tax-paying population never pays for these programs. There's always a cost. 2026, I went back, I told you the numbers. This year is huge for electronic entry requirements. and specifically for North American travelers outbound. We're going from a world where, for me, traveling with a Canadian passport, I'm looking forward to a world where I'm going to need these documents to go to most of the places I'm going to. It's a big year. So February 25th, so a month from now, the UK ETA goes into enforcement. So you've probably heard about the UK ETA. It's a US ESTA-like requirement for everybody traveling into the UK. It's been running for about a year now. You've been able to apply for this document and get it ahead of your trip, but it hasn't been enforced. That means if someone shows up without this document, still likely to be, still very likely to enter the country. That's going to change end of February. So if you got people going to London, they're going to need this document. And it's not difficult to apply for. It's fairly straightforward, but it is going to catch people off guard and create bad experiences in the airport. Q1, the US FIFA Pass launches. So that's going to be a very interesting and specific document for people traveling for the World Cup. Very exciting. Starting to see these documents being processed now. Still highly recommended that people have an up-to-date US ESTA, but that is going to be really important. The biggest shift is going to be in Europe. So in the first half of this year, the electronic entry system, which is e-gates I mentioned, I'm sure you've seen them in airports where you slap your passport down, take a picture of your face, and that's basically the screening for you to enter the country in the airport. The European EES system will be fully operational in April. It's already working. You may have seen it in Frankfurt or Prague. A few different airports now have this system. It's been slow to roll out in some places and pulled back in like Lisbon, for example, but it is going to be effectively operational in the first half of this year, effective enough for ETIAS to launch. ETIAS is the Electronic Travel Information and Authorization System. Same as all the other ETA systems, but it's for all of the Schengen area. So everywhere that's governed by the European Union and their travel policies is going to have ETIAS. So this is a huge shift, for North Americans especially, but all 40 nationalities that are visa exempt, 40 plus nationalities that are visa exempt for travel into the European Union are going to need this pre-registry ahead of time. Huge, huge shift. There's some other notes on here that are going to be relevant for you. You can see there are a lot of changes coming this year. Mexico is going to have an eVisa launched. It's going to be relevant for a good subset of travelers. India is going to apply their long-standing eVisa program to cruise passengers going into any of the cruise ports. Island ports as well, like Goa, are going to have it. So that's highly relevant. The Canadian ETA is going to add a biometric system. It's not relevant for American travelers as it stands, but for a lot of people traveling into Canada, it's going to be a new additional requirement. And then you'll notice some question marks. A lot of island nations, and they don't have to be island nations actually, a lot of nations are turning on eVisa programs for smaller destinations that are relevant for tour travelers and tourists generally. Mauritius, Senegal, Ghana, all set to turn on eVisa programs. The exact date, yet unknown. So, it's good to just generally keep up to date on this stuff because it changes on a weekly basis. The typical process for applying for a visa, obviously you all are very involved in the process of someone planning, getting ready for a trip. But as we interview travelers, most people still learn from word of mouth what the actual visa requirements are. Or they're going on Google, now ChatGPT and other LLMs, and just asking questions about requirements. And the space is fraught. There's a lot of misinformation, sometimes, often well-meaning misinformation, but still misinformation about requirements. And that's why we created Sherpa. To give my very short pitch, what we've built is a set of tools for the travel industry to be able to tell people about what they need to cross a border, sell visas as an ancillary product to the trip, where the value proposition of the traveler is, I'm going to pre-fill this application with information from your booking and your itinerary. You know, if you're an agent, you're able to pre-fill information for travelers or pull that info out of a database. And then also verify or validate to an operator, this person traveling with these documents on this trip has the right documents for the trip. So reducing that risk. That's what we do at Sherpa. Told you a little bit about why 2026 is a big year for eVisas and ETAs and why you should care about it and build it into your processes. I would be very happy to answer any questions that you all have. Or I can also riff on things. I've got visa stories.
You have visa stories? I would like to hear a visa story before I start with the questions, please.
Absolutely. So when we were there were two stories that stuck out to me and Ivan when we were getting started. One was in my life, always regret not having been able to travel to Asia earlier in my career. I had multiple trips. One to China, where it was like, yeah, this is going to be super neat. I started my career in market research, wanted to travel to China to do some interesting work, and then just found out way too late that, yeah, you need a visa to go to China as a Canadian. That's changing right now, actually.
I was going to say.
But at the time, yeah, that was heartbreaking for sure. And then Ivan, before we started the company, he was running a design and development firm while traveling through Southeast Asia. Probably the first, early wave of the kind of modern, digital nomad type of experience. And he had full on shakedowns at borders. And there are a lot of land border crossings in Southeast Asia where the price for visa applications is posted on a chalkboard, on a daily basis, depending on the agent you get. Whether they think you've got money factors in well, and yeah, luckily for him, he was pretty poor looking at the time. So
I'm actually really sad. I am waiting for my new passport right now. My current one is obviously is going to expire in about 8 months, and I have so many visas in there that are so beautiful.
Yeah.
And I know we are lucky as Canadians. We don't require visas for most places. But they're just so gorgeous. They just look so nice, but they do take up an entire page, which can be a lot.
It's a real question now. What happens to these mementos? Yeah, I'm one of the people likewise who, if I'm going through a border crossing, I want to go get a stamp. Yep. They're not often required anymore, but this idea of how are you gonna recreate that memento for a modern era is a big question. I think we're working on some interesting stuff there.
Okay, I'm intrigued. I don't get stamps going to the US anymore because I've got my Nexus.
Yeah.
But when I go in and out of Europe, those stamps are the most boring stamps I have ever seen.
At least the Irish stamp is nice and green. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. We definitely have some questions. We also had a lot of love for those in our comments who do know you and know Sherpa, and they just in big letters, love it. Love you guys. There's also been a lot of commentary around how helpful this already is in terms of knowledge base and what's coming and how everything is working. Because I think for me, I go to Europe all the time. I go a few times a year, and I'm trying to figure out when things start, what's happening. So this is definitely going to be interesting. But I've got some great questions for you if you're good to go.
Please.
Yeah,
please.
Cool.
And thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to start with this one just because I think this one's fun. How did you choose the name Sherpa? I want to know if my thoughts are correct.
All right. Well, the Sherpa name, the metaphor is perfect, right? what we're trying to do for people is help someone achieve their travel dreams, and we'll be kind of dutifully carrying the packs in the background. But the company started under the name Borderlines. There's this kind of idea that we were erasing borders, making the world truly easy to travel across, but we got a copyright strike one day. Someone sent us a very well-worded legal letter saying hey, stop using this name. It's our name. And we said, hey, what company could possibly have a better use of the name Borderlines? And it was It was an application in the App Store that would like literally tell you how long land border crossing lines were.
Oh my
And we were
God.
like, okay, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good name for that
Yeah.
product, actually. So after that, we had to change the name. And Sherpa, it's a name of a group of people, so you can't trademark it writ large. You can trademark it like for a specific use, like what we're doing. But we were like, okay, from a legal perspective, that's easy, and we love the name.
Yeah, I think that the audience does too. I love that was a question. So I had to start with that one. Now I've got some more visa related questions.
Please.
Yes. So is an ETA different from a visa?
Yeah, so an ETA does not technically grant you a visa. Like a visa is a very specific type of document. It says this person is allowed to enter this country, and it is a judgment. So when you get a visa, you've been judged eligible to enter the country. When you get an ETA, it's basically a pre-registry. It allows the government that you're traveling to know, like, hey, do I want to put this person through more advanced screening? But this is a pretty pedantic difference. At the end of the day, both of these types of documents, you're filling out a form ahead of time to let the government know that you're coming, and you're getting some sort of indication back from that government that you're okay to travel for that day. It's useful for the reasons that I outlined. There is a difference. It is really practically not a difference. These are very similar documents.
Okay, no, good to know. For someone traveling in September, will they need to register for the, I forget how you pronounce it, but the ETIAS?
Yeah, there are a few different pronunciations. The EULISA, the group who run the program, generally refer to it as ETIAS. So that's what I call it. But wording is fraught. Very likely. So it's kind of a running joke. I'm sure, this is a very informed audience. Generally, people know the ETIAS rollout has been pushed back more than 6 times now. Originally it was supposed to happen 29th, like before the pandemic. Then it's been pushed back through the pandemic period. And now I think is probably the highest probability that it's going to be somewhere around this timeline because of EES. There was a previous timeline about a year ago. EES hadn't been rolled out and turned on, and everybody was wondering, like, how is this program going to be, how's it going to be used from the government side if EES isn't live? Now that EES is rolled out, I think it's pretty likely that ETIAS is to follow pretty soon afterward. And there is going to be a period of time similar to the UK ETA where it will unlikely be enforced heavily. Still be good to have generally. You used to roll out these programs with no kind of lenience period. Like when the Canadian ETA turned on back in 2016, there was no lenience period. So people didn't have it. They weren't generally being allowed on planes. Today, when you roll out a program like this, like the Korean ETA had a good long lenience period where people were getting to know about it. You were building that word of mouth and that understanding that this is a document that's needed, even though people were still likely to get into the country without it. That's more the typical rollout process. So that's likely to happen. Very long answer to the question. If you travel in September and you don't have ETIAS, I'm going to say it's probably pretty likely still to get in. By next September, so September of 2027, you're definitely going to need it.
Yeah, I would definitely. I think that was Marjorie. Thank you for the great question. Mm-hmm. Definitely keep your eye on it. I know, and Max, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm not, but I know that when I did my ETA for Australia, mm-hmm. I had it within minutes.
Yep.
So keep your eye on it, Marjorie, for if you have, if you're going, if your clients are going, to see what's happening, because those are typically quicker versus I did an eVisa for Uganda. Yep. And I made sure that I did that with at least a couple months before I was traveling, based on the amount of time that my eVisa would be valid for to when I was traveling, but giving it some time to be processed. But the ETA or the ETIAS, that should be relatively quick to the punch. Yeah.
Shout out to a handy feature on the Sherpa platform. We will tell you the average time between application and the receipt
Oh,
of a visa.
okay.
Part of our technical process internally is that we're always optimizing application times. So, for example, like the Indian e-visa, the government quotes a 5-day processing window from when you apply to when you actually receive the e-visa or you receive conclusion on the e-visa, whether you're getting it or not. So we've been able to get that time for our applications down below 2 days through a lot of optimization and how we present information to the government, stuff like that. But you can see all these numbers inside of our application. If you go in and look at a visa, it'll tell you, hey, this usually takes 32 hours or 4 days or whatever it is.
That's fantastic. I hope everybody in the comments heard that. Oh my God. Oh, so many more questions since we started talking. I love it. Okay. Do travelers who connect through an EES country, will they need to register?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's going to depend on the nature of the connection. If it's a true, this has also become fraught over the last 10 years. If it's a true connection, you may need it. This will be in this kind of supporting information that's in our application. It's going to differ by airport too. Depending on the airport at first, there are going to be little differences here. If it's a VI connection, like if this is like a true virtual interline, these EES stopovers are going to be destinations. So you're absolutely going to need it in a VI scenario. But to answer your question, really, I mean, this is all kind of available in our product if you want to see the kind of full details. The answer is going to change for a little bit, so I don't want to give anything too conclusive. Over the long term, it's likely that you will still need it, but that's still kind of up in the air.
Yeah. Just gonna interrupt this for a short break of props for Max. It's so cool how he has this all on the top of his head. And in joining that, he is very knowledgeable. So yeah, this should help you understand, everyone here, that you can very much so trust Sherpa because the CEO knows all of this. But yeah, we got a little short break. Now back to the questions because there are so many of them. I love it. I love you all in the comments. Keep them coming. Okay. So do ETAs, visas, ETIASs, do they have expiration dates, like a 6-month renewal needed prior to expiry, or regulations like passports at all?
Yeah, they do. So the norms typically are 2 years of validity. There are visas
multiple entry, like if you
yes.
Yeah.
So there are single entry e-visas, there are multiple entry e-visas. Egypt is a great example. Egypt has off the top of my head, probably like 6 classes of tourist e-visa for North Americans generally. You can get single entry, you can get multiple entry. There will be multiple dates you need to keep an eye on. There is the validity date. So how long the e-visa is valid for, where it can be, when it can be used. There's maximum stay in country as well, usually around 30 days. So usually 2 years for validity, but it varies pretty widely. Usually 30 days of entry, but as much as 90 on some ETAs and e-visas. And one thing that catches people out very often is if you get a new passport, you need a new e-visa or ETA, typically. This is because in the government database that all this stuff goes into, that e-visa or ETA is linked to a passport number.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. These are great questions.
They are.
Okay. This person says, sorry to ask this question, but I think that this is a great question. Do we need to do our due diligence and check government sites as well as Sherpa, or can we be 100% confident with you that you have the most up-to-date information?
That's a great question. So this is what we spend all our time on. So we go to great lengths to make sure that this is the correct information that we're presenting. But to your question, we always present a government source. It's one of the unique things. There are a few there are a few companies that are doing this, trying to keep up on visa requirements. One of the unique things about our product is that we always provide a government source. So with every piece of information, you'll see a little source link that's always going to a government. We prioritize first-party destination governments, but some governments don't provide good information on this, and we have to collect our own information and see what's happening on the ground. Afghanistan's a great example. Like current Afghanistan government doesn't do a great job of posting what the visa requirements are, but there are other governments that keep pretty close eye on it. So for travelers that are going from the UK, we'll post the UK Home Office resource as the source for that. The German government also does a really good job. So we'll use different governments for different origins in cases like that. But for the most part, we'll always have a first-party destination government source for all of the info that we post. So you are very, definitely a good thing to check.
Yeah, absolutely. And never be sorry about asking any questions. That's exactly what Max is here for. Make the questions harder, everybody. No, we like that. All right. Do you have any other details on the Mexico eVisa?
Oh, on the Mexico eVisa. So Mexico has had an ETA program for a bit now. It does not have wide applicability. And that program's applied for Russian, Turkish, and Ukrainian travelers, actually. Very small subset. They also have a growing number of tourist taxes. So Quintana Roo has had a tourist tax for a bit now. There are other provinces that are opening up these new programs. And since it's become a norm internally, the government is turning on their eVisa program, which is going to, in large part, replace the old paper-based programs. So you'll see the full applicability with if you go to Sherpa now and look at a travel date after when the program rolls out. We also have in our blog a long summary of all the requirements. But this eVisa program exists mostly to replace their old paper-based visa program, where they would typically have nationalities, off the top of my head, like Asian nationalities who currently are required to go into a Mexican embassy, of which there aren't an amazing number, are going to have this much easier process of being able to go online, apply for the eVisa. I don't have the full list in front of me, but that is mostly the goal of this program. But for Mexico broadly, you're seeing more and more and more of these requirements. So I would not be very surprised if more travelers require the ETA program. And you should always check Mexico for tourist taxes because those typically come with an arrival card as well. So you'll have to have all that documentation before you go, even if your visa and ETA exempt.
Okay, good to know. We have had quite a few questions around, working with Sherpa. Do we register as a travel advisor? How does that work?
So travel advisors can use our product as is. We release all this information for free. So if you're a travel advisor and you're just looking for information on requirements, apply.joinsherpa.com is a good place to go. All that's free. If you need help applying for a visa, you can apply for it there. We do, of course, have integration tools too. And we work with some really awesome companies in the agency space. Shout out to TUI, one of our earliest integration partners. Of course, they're integrated companies, so they do a lot of different stuff. But their agents are really great and enthusiastic users of our product. So shout out to them. We build everything from co-branded web applications where you can send out a co-branded application to your travelers. We have a travel agent portal, which is generally for larger agencies, but it could be used in a small agency environment where you as an agent are able to manage multiple applications at a time, pre-fill an application for a traveler. So you send them a personalized link and they just have to fill out a couple pieces of info or even nothing at all. You can do the application completely for them in that system. So there are a few different options. The best thing to do is to go to our website. There are a couple of links there for sign up if you're an agent and stuff like that, which you'll see kind of peppered through through the tools. But my main, advice is try the product. If you like it, you think it's really great, there is more you can do with it. But I think very often what's there suits the needs of especially a small agency. If you're looking like trip by trip, just to try and see what the requirements are, I think our free tools are going to be very helpful.
Oh, that's amazing. And I know we've got some of the hosts that will watch this or are here right now watching this.
Yeah.
And for those of you that are already members of a host or a franchise or a consortium, you can also let them know about this tool as well, because obviously they'll be on a bit of a bigger scale.
Yeah, please.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Of course, I see Sherpa pop up when I'm booking my flight on Air Canada.
Yep.
So major airline. So definitely things to consider. Max, you are awesome. I mean, I already knew this, but now our audience knows this, so this is great. And you're here on our unofficial Canada Day. Today, we look at consortia and hosts that bring in Canadian advisors. So I'm super happy. I love having a fellow Canadian here with me.
Nice.
Thank you so much. This was fantastic. If you have more questions, we've linked their website in the comments. Please go and ask Max and the team. They will absolutely be happy to help you. Max, you're just brilliant. Thank you. Starting our Thursday off right. Thank you so much.
Happy to be here. All the best.
Thank you. All right. I don't even know how we top that. So for anyone who's just joining us, rewind, go watch that. But if you are just jumping on, welcome. If you haven't registered for Host Week yet, feel free to go get signed up. But if you're loving what we're doing, and you want to be part of this again next year, we have different speakers, topics, all the fun things. We're going to put a QR code up on the screen if you want to pre-register for Host Week 2027. So it's going to run at the exact same time next year, last week of January, same time or different time, same place. So it's going to be a ton of fun. Definitely go register. Later today, we will link the feedback forms. We love getting them. We want to know what you loved, any suggestions for next year. That's how we frame and how we build out our events moving forward. But please pre-register if you've been loving this so far. Okay. So one thing that you don't want to miss tomorrow. So 2027 is great, but we've still got a lot of 2026 to go. Tomorrow, we have our Luminary Awards ceremony. This is our annual ceremony where we award the best of the best host agencies. And we always like to make it kind of wacky. I've already watched the videos that Abby has put together for this. So it's going to be wacky. It's going to be fun. Definitely come and join us. And for all of those who have been loving the music, there's some music in there too. It will be at 3:15 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. And that's where we award many of the host agencies for a multitude of different things. If you want to learn about what they are, these awards that we give out, be there. You can also view the awards on their directories after the fact. So you'll get to see who's won what. So it's a ton of fun. All right. So let's start off this afternoon of fun with our interview section. So if you are just joining us, we are going to move into our consortia interviews today. So we're going to have one consortium and 8 hosts today. So big day, lots of fun. And like I've mentioned before, it is worth noting that many of the companies that we are interviewing today accept advisors from both the US and Canada. So really great day. I think we even have a couple hosts that only accept from Canada. So if you are joining us from across the north of the border, like myself, these are definitely host interviews that you want to watch and learn from more. Okay. So our first consortia interview of the day comes from Ensemble Travel. I had the pleasure of interviewing their president, Michael Johnson. Ensemble has 750 different member agencies, anywhere from independent agencies to host agencies, and has been around since, get this, 1968. For those considering getting their own accreditation and directly joining a consortium, Ensemble does have a minimum $500,000 in sales to join if you are going independently, but they have many hosts that you can go see on the directories to see who is a member of Ensemble, and we will hear from some of them today as well. We will drop a link to Ensemble's profile in the comments so you can learn more. Please also feel free to leave them a review if you are a member of Ensemble directly or a member of one of their hosts. All right, so let's bring the noise. Let's start off this interview section with a bang, and I'm going to turn it over to the recorded Michael and me. Let's roll the tape. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am so excited to start off the interviews today strong. We have Michael Johnson, president of Ensemble. Thank you so much for joining us, Michael.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here.
Yeah, well, we're going to jump right in to give you all the time to answer the questions. Okay. So question number one, when your consortium sent their intentions for 2026, which initiatives, existing or new, excited you the most?
Yeah, we are super excited to build on what we've accomplished this year. And I think if we kind of take a step back, Ensemble's been in growth mode. In 2025 alone, we've added over 50 agencies. And what's really unique about us is that we are 50% Canadian, 50% US based, both in terms of our roster and in terms of our production. So we have a really balanced and interesting perspective. And we think that we've been able to grow as quickly as we have this year because of the tools that we've introduced. So just this year, we've launched a new CRM. We have shared or managed websites for our agencies and our advisors. Same thing with social. Our booking platform, ADX, allows our agencies and advisors to sell air, which is really complicated, right? A lot of people stay away from it because they're worried about debit memos or they don't understand the GDS. We've been able to automate that and make it super easy to add air onto the existing tour or cruise or FIT, whatever it is that you're booking. And so when we look at 26, it's really an extension of these tools. We think that what makes an agency or an advisor special is what we call it Ensemble E squared, which is their expertise and their empathy. Oh. And so if we can create tools, and I mean, we've demonstrated that. That's not just jargon. We've demonstrated a commitment to that. And so if we can introduce tools that automate the predictable, that take admin off the plates of our agencies and our advisors and allow them to focus on expertise and empathy, which ultimately is just dealing with human beings and selling travel, we've hit a home run. So that's our focus. That's what we've done in 25, and we're really excited about continuing that in 26.
Oh, I love that. I mean, I'm a little biased towards the fact that you're 50-50 Canadian, just being Canadian myself. And also for everyone here too, ADX has their own profile on hostagencyreviews.com. So definitely go check that out to learn more about that, that platform that they have. All right, question number two.
Yeah.
We know that many host agencies offer their own annual conferences. Yep. Can you suggest the top reasons why advisors should attend Ensembles this year?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. It's funny, every time I look in the trades, there's another conference, there's another opportunity to engage, and I think what makes our event a little bit different. So we host our event in the spring. This year it will be in Resorts World, Las Vegas, May 4th to 6th. And what makes our event a little bit different is the thought that goes into it from a client-centric perspective. So what do I mean by that? Every year, Ensemble conducts a survey of our members and advisors to understand what's happening in their world. They then share that feedback with us around what tools they need, what education they need, what support they need. The other thing that Ensemble does that's a little bit unique is we're the only consortia that sponsors the Travel Weekly Focusrite survey. And so we're able to ask very specific questions. And we then compare our data with the industry data to really understand, okay, how can we provide value? And that feedback then goes into the build of our conference. So we're not guessing what's important. We're able to really customize the learning and development opportunities for those that attend. Yeah, the other thing that we've learned is that there are more and more advisors working from home. And that can be really, really lonely, and it can be hard to figure things out when you're working in, we'll say, quote unquote, isolation. So we really lean into a focus on community and peer-to-peer learning. So there's both, again, this combination of We've learned what agencies and advisors need, and we've constructed a conference around that. But we've also really focused on leaning into this peer-to-peer learning, relationships, community, et cetera. So I think that's kind of what separates us from some of the other conferences in travel.
Yeah, I love that. I love leaning into the community. I think that that's so incredibly important. All right, question number 3.
Yeah.
What are some of the most popular travel trends that you feel your advisors should lean in on to have a profitable business?
Okay, so a lot of people talk about destinations, right? So we know that, Italy remains hot. We know that Japan remains hot. There's a perspective around luxury and the growth in luxury. But what we see at Ensemble is a little bit different to that, which is this growth in experiential travel. And more people are building trips around concerts, around sporting events, around art events, around culinary events, etc. So it's really interesting that the event, the concert or the World Cup, etc., come first, and the destination comes second to that. So we're seeing a huge, and by the way, that goes across all demographics, and it goes across the value chain as well. So it could be luxury, it could be premium, etc. So we think that trend will continue. More and more of our members are moving into that space, and we think that it's something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's a great trend, just, looking at what's actually going on in the world, and people are traveling because they want to go experience those things. I think that that's a great one. Yeah. All right. So, sorry.
I was going to say the other trend that we see is growth in the host agency. So when we look at and growth in terms of interest in travel, we were looking at LinkedIn, and we're looking at the top 5 jobs that have demonstrated growth year over year. So what are people interested in? The first 2 were, no surprise, AI related. Okay, that totally makes sense. But number 5 was travel advisor. Mm-hmm. And so from a trend point of view, there are more and more people joining our industry, which means that there are more and more, there's more and more demand for learning and development and tech and other tools, et cetera. So we think on the client side, experiential travel is really important. And we think on the agency and advisor side, there are more and more people joining travel, and there are more and more companies selling travel, which means the demand for marketing, the demand for training, and the demand for insight is even more important. So do yourselves a favor and make sure that you are affiliated with a host or affiliated with a consortia that is meeting those needs, because they're going to become more and more important over time.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. So speaking of hosts, and there's many host agency members that are part of Ensemble. What are your predictions for host agency growth in the coming year?
Yeah. So we think that based on what we see in terms of people joining the industry, and what we see in terms of just business on the books and general trends, we expect travel to continue to grow. We think that this trend and everything we see both in terms of industry and internal demand reflects that there is less and less emphasis on acquiring goods and products, and more emphasis on travel. So from a host perspective, again, there's a lot of new entrants to the market, which means that those hosts really need to make sure that they have developed tools, training, marketing to meet the needs of all of the new, but also not to take for granted those experienced advisors as well. Because just keeping on top of all of the new openings, all of the new cruise inventory hitting the water, all of the new hotels that are opening, all of the new destinations coming online, it becomes more and more important for host agencies to be able to provide these tools to their advisors, so they know what's hot, they know what's trending, and they're able to close those sales with their clients.
Yeah. And I think it's great because the hosts have such wonderful relationships with the suppliers. So for all of you advisors listening, when you do work with a host, they're the first ones getting the, Ensemble, the Consortia, the hosts are the first ones getting the insights into what's happening with the suppliers as well. So yeah.
And really, it's this move in industry to focus on what I talked about earlier, which was expertise and empathy, and that has to be enabled by something, right? It has to be enabled by tools that take marketing and take CRM and take all of this stuff off your plate so you can focus on that. Because if your value proposition as an advisor is convenience, or if it's price, you're at risk, because those things can be automated. If your value proposition is around unpacking experiences that only you can introduce to your client, that's where you can win. So I think that's a real trend to lean into.
I completely agree. All right, so let's round off this this interview with a fun question. We always love a good fun question here at HAR. If your consortium had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
I love this question. I would say, first of all, who doesn't want to have a little bit of fun? I would say that we're probably a bumblebee, because we are a really collaborative bunch. We base everything we do in our company. Everything we do is about providing value to our clients, our host agencies, and our advisors. And so we're bumblebees because bumblebees are very collaborative by nature. They have one specific goal, and then they've got different roles, but all contributing to that one specific goal. The other thing that we do outside of working together is we like to cross-pollinate. And so where someone's doing something really, really well in an agency or an advisor, we like to share that with other agencies and advisors. I talked to you about our conference where we have a lot of peer-to-peer. That's cross-pollination. That's not a consortia coming in and telling you how to sell. That's a peer sharing what works for them. So we see the bumblebee as an organism or that's busy, that is focused on collaborating to a shared goal and cross-pollinating ideas. And that's really reflective of who we are at Ensemble.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you. This was fantastic. Thank you, Michael, for taking the time to join us here at Host Week. Thank you. We've got lots of host interviews coming up, and awkwardly, I'm going to now hand this back over to my live self. Thank you again, Michael.
My pleasure. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, everyone. I see Michael got the comments going, so I'm going to respond to a few of these. And I know Abby's in there as well. So yes, I did mention they 500K in annual sales. Ensemble does have a new program called the Fast Track program. I cannot speak to everything about the program. I know there's some things that you would want to know as a newer advisor. Definitely go check it out, understand what the program is, see if it's a good fit for you. But yes, they did just launch it. So please go check that out if you'd like to. And yes, Barbara, you can absolutely ask questions directly to the consortium. Go onto their directories, go to the Q&A tab. Absolutely, you can ask them. They love to answer the questions. I think it's an incredibly important part of researching which host you want to be a member of is also to understand the consortium that they are a member of. Like I mentioned, 99% of hosts are members of a consortium. So I think that's incredibly smart. Absolutely go and do that. And I think that was it. Okay. But Abby's got the rest of them, so do not worry. We are going to put a link to our article explaining what a consortium is so that you can get a better understanding of how they relate to host agencies. I believe Abby has shared that in the comments. So definitely go check that out to understand the relationship between the two. So speaking of host agencies, we are right on time for our Meet the Host segment. I love Rita's schedule, and that thing is a lifesaver. It keeps me on track. I don't know what I do without her organization. And for anyone who knows me personally, I like being 15 minutes early. When I was growing up, actually, we used to get to the airport before the airport staff did during that time. Okay, so what can you expect over the next 2-ish hours? This is a place where you will be able to hear from a variety of host agency representatives about their company culture and programs. Again, we ask all the hosts the same questions. There are 38 hosts this week, and today we are going to hear from 8 of them. If you missed any of the past ones, no problem. They're all recorded and can be found on our YouTube page. So not to worry. Drop any questions you have either in the comments or if they're specific to the host or consortium in their Q&A tab on their profiles. They love the questions. They are usually very quick to answer them. And sometimes it can take a bit of an icebreaker to, have a little bit of fun. And in the comments, I know we've got our regulars. I'd love to hear from some of you who are just, starting to get into host week before we get into the host interviews. So my question for everybody in the chat today is, what was the last destination that you traveled to, and what was your favorite part of the trip? So I'll start very quickly. In December, I went to Uganda and Rwanda, and it was a group trip that was booked by a travel advisor. She's a member of Gifted Travel Network and has been for many years. The main highlight for me was trekking with the gorillas and learning all about them. The measures that both countries have also taken and put into place to support the gorilla and to teach the public about them. We also had the opportunity to trek and learn more about chimpanzees, which officially scare me. They're just very active, and as well as the golden monkeys when we crossed into Rwanda. So this experience was absolutely something else, one of the highlights of my life for sure. So please share yours in the comments as we get into the host interviews and our regular scheduled programming. I love hearing about everyone's experiences. It makes me add more things to my list. So today we're going to start our host interviews, and we're going to hear from Trevello. So I personally had the pleasure of interviewing them, and they are a host that currently accepts only Canadian advisors. But for those of you who read in the news in the last year, you'll have seen that they acquired Gifted Travel Network. So if you are a US advisor, Gifted is part of the Trevello family. So let's get our unofficial Canada Day started. And as a reminder, like I said, most of the hosts today accept advisors from both Canada and the US. All right, Juan, time to hand it to, I'm losing my words. Time to hand it over to Amy and, me. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back to Host Week, or if you've been here with us all week, fantastic. I have Amy here from Trevello, Canada, and I'm so excited to have you. Are you ready to jump into the first question?
I'm ready. I'm so excited to do this with you, Shayna, one of my favorite people in the industry. Let's do it.
Oh, stop it, but say more things like that. My fellow Canadian, which also makes part of one of the reasons that makes you one of my favorites too. We're both dealing with the snow up here right now. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, we are.
All right, so first question to really just open it up. So as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as Trevello's unfair advantage? So like one piece of support, one support piece, one tool or relationship that you offer that most hosts don't, and what outcome do you think that will produce for advisors?
Okay, so I feel like our Trevello advantage, and we're kind of talking to our Canadian audience right now, is that we are headquartered in Winnipeg, Canada. We are serving Canadian advisors with a Canadian team. The depth of our quality of support is something that I'm really proud of. So we have the inside sales support. We also have a team of air specialists. We have regional events, and our executive team is very hands-on. The other part of our advantage, I would say, is our momentum compensation program. We kicked that off in January 2025, and that has been a huge success. It's a very generous commission split to advisors. So once they earn $15,000 in paid commissions, they jump up from 85 to 100%. So that's been a really welcome change in the industry to have commissions that generous. And the agents work hard. They deserve all of it.
Wow. Very, very cool. Really good to know. Okay. Jumping into our second question of how is the Trevello network embracing technology or AI to make business easier and more fun for advisors?
Sure. So I would say our tech changes that we've done to make business easier would be, we have an Air Central booking tool, which is a mask that sits over a GDS. And that's made it easier for non-GDS users to be able to book air with the variety and content that is in a GDS system. So that's been great. And we also have another tool we call our Cruise Central, and that overlays all of the products that are with ocean cruises and river cruises and lets people do really great search to narrow down options for clients with live availability and pricing from the cruise lines directly. So that's been awesome. We also have some really fun Facebook communities. it's fun and competitive and a way that people share things. We can laugh at ourselves. And it also helps us celebrate wins of having all those easy little groups at your fingertips.
Yeah, I love the community aspect of it. That's always such an important piece, I think, of being a part of a host, is how you all build that community. So I love that you have that virtual community.
Absolutely. It can feel very lonely sometimes when you're an independent advisor, and that those community groups are important because, especially if you're working through something frustrating and you see, oh, I'm not alone. You know, everybody else is going through the same thing and we're all just going to get through it together.
Yeah, that's wonderful. All right. Third question for you. When you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for your business or for their businesses, I guess? Yeah.
So this might sound counterintuitive, but I would say kind of the interesting and creative way our agents are getting more leads is learning when to say no. So they've become incredibly disciplined about where they spend the time and who they're going to work with. So that starts off of identifying, your own strengths and your own interests and where you want your business to go, and then having really clear boundaries around your ideal client. So once you can start saying no to those clients that may, just take up a lot of your time and not necessarily be worthwhile, it opens the space for the right kind of client to come in front of you. And once you get those right clients booking with your product that you want to sell, with the suppliers and the destinations that you want to be that known expert, then that builds with repeat clients and referrals. And then that's a business that is more successful and not feeling that drain on your time as can be if you potentially were trying to sell anything to everyone.
I like that, is that setting boundaries. We've seen more and more advisors do that. I think that is a great way of, you're generating the leads through the referrals of the clients that, your business should be working with that drive your goals. So I think it may sound counterintuitive, but it's really not. It's really not. I really like that. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry.
I was going to add, we have other advisors, of course. They'll either be doing weddings, or they do yoga, or they do Zumba, or pickleball is, an interesting new trend. So I think my advice to advisors too is just think about what really excites you. Anytime you're working with clients that are interested in doing something that you personally get excited about, then it doesn't have to feel like work. The stress comes down because your confidence is higher. So there's always information available at a variety of sources of where to find things. I think some advisors, especially if you're starting out new, it's so intimidating and you want to feel like you know more than your client, but really our role is always about thinking, planning, and where to find information, and then anticipate things that could be helpful for the client. So every time you do one more and one more, you're just going to get that much more confident.
Absolutely. I love that. All right. So the last, I guess, serious question, if you will, of the interview is, what's one way that you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins in 2026?
Okay, so we love celebrating wins at Trevello. Our biggest event each year is what we call our gala. That happens each year at our Trevello conference. And this year in 2026, we're going to Belfast, Ireland in May. And each gala evening, we try to make it like a little red carpet event and people get dressed up. And we recognize all of the different levels of sales and commissions productivity by what we call velocity levels. Mm-hmm. And we recognize all levels of accomplishment. It's just not about the top producers. And it's really, really exciting for the growth that happens. We also recognize suppliers' achievements. We also have some that are fun categories like spirit, and those are voted on by our advisors. So we do have a lot of fun with that, and that's a big celebration of the wins of the hard work of our advisors and the contribution from our supplier partners. And then secondly, on maybe a bit of a smaller scale, but just as important, part of our momentum program I talked about earlier, once advisors hit their first 15,000 of gross commissions earned, then they join our Achievers Club. So we recognize that every month with the advisors that have joined into the Achievers Club that have made that accomplishment of bumping up from an 85 to a 100 split. So that part is, I feel, important because 15,000 is achievable for a lot that are doing it full time, but it's also a really great milestone for those that are new. And we like celebrating that. Because again, it's all the progress that's important, not just who has the highest numbers. So I kind of think selling travel is like golf. You should measure yourself versus your last games versus your last year and kind of look for always progress. Don't measure yourself against what other people are doing.
I love that. That's wonderful. So perfect kind of segue into our fun question of if Trevello had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
So some of the folks with Trevello know that I love to talk about a wolf pack. And so I'm going to say the wolf. And it was interesting. I was reading a little bit this morning about wolf pack again, and I looked back and it said, you know, back in the 70s, there was a study done about wolves, but it kind of resulted that there would be an alpha male and it was about dominance and everyone else would follow. And then they realized that that wasn't the true nature of the wolf pack because those ones studied were in captivity. So then they started studying wolves in nature, and they found that the wolf pack is actually like a true family unit. The leaders are the parents and everyone else in the pack is the offspring. And they all really take a turn with leading and with contributing and with nurturing and with hunting. So it's such a great community unit that supports and protects each other. And that's how I feel we try to be with our community at Trevello. So so wolf pack. I also, I like the idea that when you're in a pack, we're always influenced by kind of the top 5 people that we spend the most time with in our life. So you have to choose that circle carefully, and then always be sure that you're not just taking from others, you're contributing too. So when you succeed, be sure to pay that forward.
I love that. I think that's great. And a final question, because Trevello does have a Host Week special, and we love for our advisor community to hear what you have on offer. Could you let us know about what your Host Week special is?
Sure. So only for people who hear it here on Host Agency Reviews, because this special will not be advertised anywhere else if you look for it. But if you say you saw this on Host Agency Reviews starting today, Thursday, up until March 31st, we will waive the joining fee for experienced advisors. So that's normally a $495 a year annual fee that's due upon joining, and that would be waived.
Wow. Thank you so much, Amy. This was such a pleasure. I love Canada being featured, and thank you so much for being here. And awkwardly as I do, Shayna, I hand it back to you. I'll be on the other side of this.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Oh, thank you so much, Amy. If you are trying to choose a host, I'm guessing right now you might feel pretty overwhelmed, especially if you've been here with us for the last 3.5 days. If that is the case, make sure to check out our 7-day setup accelerator course, where we actually have a chapter of lessons dedicated to helping you find the best host for you. We have the QR code up on the screen for you. There are over 60 video lessons that will help take your seed of an idea into fruition and open kind of your agency doors quicker. And knowing that you didn't miss anything. So they're short form videos. You can jump in and out as much as you'd like. I kind of did it all back to back when I did the course, and it was about 3 hours. So it was incredibly helpful. We are giving a 25% discount for the full course until the end of February for everyone attending. The code is up on the screen. We also have this on our deals page for you if this is something of interest. Plus, if you're in the all access pass on that, you'll also get 2 small group coaching calls a month where you can get real world support, and the one and only Rita leads those every month. So once you've gone through the course, you'll be able and ready to sign up with a host after watching this event as well. And that host might be our next guest, which is Travel Edge, and they are a member of Ensemble. So we're going to dive in to see what makes Travel Edge unique beyond the fact that they accept both US and Canadian advisors. So Michelle and Todd, take it away.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to this next edition of the Host Agency Reviews, Host Week interview questions. And we're very fortunate to have with us Michelle Leal with Travel Edge today. Michelle, if you can, just tell me a little bit about yourself and your host agency.
Oh, sure. Be happy to. Hi, Todd. Hi, everyone. Hi. So I'm Michelle Leal from Travel Edge. My current role is Vice President of Member Engagement. And what does that mean, member engagement? Basically, all of the fun stuff that is in our world. I run all of our knowledge trips, or also known as FAMs, Top Performer Series, and then building community throughout our network. Our company is Travel Edge. We are headquartered in Toronto, but we do have offices all across the United States as well. So we are dual for Canadian as well as US. And we are comprised of roughly 600 advisors, and we are a host agency. So we provide all of the back-end support so advisors can do what they do best, and that is sell travel.
Perfect. Well, and I will introduce myself. I'm Todd Wallace. I'm the Director of Industry Affairs for ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors. And we work with our members and partners on any kinds of industry issues that might happen to come along. So this kind of falls right in with all of that. Michelle, as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, the tool or the relationship that Travel Edge offers that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that's going to produce for your advisors?
Sure. So, Travel Edge, when we started, we actually developed a program called ADX. And ADX is a proprietary tool that has been built and designed in-house by our team. And the unfair advantage is you do not have to learn GDS. You do not have to use additional outsourced platforms. We've tried to condense the information into one platform. You can book air, you can book hotel, you can book cruise, some insurance, and you can do your invoicing all through this one tool. We've been working on this for several years. I've been with the company, oh goodness, Todd, I think I'm at the 9-year mark now. And so this is an ongoing effort for us, and this was designed by our owner because he wanted to simplify the lives of the travel advisors so that they could maximize their earnings and their revenue.
Perfect. That kind of tool sounds like a great advantage.
Yeah.
So how, and kind of leading into that, I guess, how is your network embracing technology or AI to make business easier and hopefully more fun for the advisors?
Yeah, so we do have a great team. So Travel Edge, again, host agency. So we do the back office accounting. We have our own tech team on the back end. We have advisor services and support. We have a new to business training program. And then we also have one of the programs that I love the most is our marketing team, which is comprised of social toolkits. We have destination and knowledge toolkits. And then we've also integrated AI into those social platforms. So you can go on and play with it, have a little bit of fun, be a little cheeky with some of your social media. So we offer a full scope of marketing. So for your customer, and then also with our partners. And Lisa, who is the VP of our marketing team, has created some fun AI videos that you might see on our social or on our web page, where she's gone in and you can put different sort of personalities into your social and your marketing campaign. So we've come in with that. And we're also integrating it into ADX. We found that, commission chasing can always be a bit laborious. Sometimes the partners that we use in order to collect those commissions in-house is also very laborious. So we've started using AI to do that cleanup and just make things a little bit more efficient. So in 2026, I think we'll see some good developments on that end as well.
Excellent. So when you think about your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
It is so interesting with the top advisors, because once you get to a certain stage, the most of your business is coming from referrals. So, that is really their mainstay, and it's all word of mouth. What I find so interesting is, we have an advisor, for example, who's in Palm Desert, and most of her business is from Chicago. So you almost find these pockets in different places around the country where they're pulling advisors, and it's just friends telling friends. Right. So I think that's, very interesting. We have so many different types of advisors as well. Some that lean more on social and have a really great social component to their business. And they leverage that, by going to different industry events, going to ASTA, being part of these partnerships. I think what that does is there's an exponential factor to that, where they get additional visibility. And I think another one of the creative ways, which, I hadn't really thought about, but one of our advisors in the Pacific Northwest uses a bit more grassroots. He's using Yelp in his local areas. He's using Nextdoor in his local areas. And I hadn't heard of that, really for travel. But the amount of leads that he's getting in from that is also very interesting. And then I would say, experience. I'm all around education. It's the base of the program that we've built under the member engagement flag here. And I think getting out into the field, I've just returned from ILTM. I've just returned from another event in Italy. And I think being in destination, when our advisors go in destination, their clients see that firsthand knowledge is just, invaluable. So I'm a firm believer that educational component is really an inspiration for those advisors to get out, and that brings in their customers as well.
Makes a huge difference. Thank you. So what's one way that you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
Oh, well, that's a fun one. So over the last several years, we have built a full engagement program, which consists of little mini FAMs where we go, in destination across North America, 2 nights with hotel partners or with a tour partner. Then we have our educational trips where we are lifting. We probably have about 10 educational opportunities a year that are Travel Edge exclusive. So you're just with Travel Edge host. You are with a group of your peer set with our partners in destination. So we just had a wonderful trip that just concluded this week and they were in Africa. And then as we celebrate, we've just concluded our round of top performer trips. So we do small trips where we have anywhere from 6 to 10 advisors. And this year on the board, we did New Zealand, We did Scotland. We did a trip to Dubai. We did Spain. And the other one that we will be doing is Hong Kong. So we really feel that these small group experiences with our top performers, they have time to spend together. We get to celebrate them and we get to travel together. And there's really nothing like it. So we'll be running
education and reward all wrapped up in one.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Super
okay, fun. So for a bit of a fun question, if your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Oh, an official mascot. I think that for me, the official mascot would be a made-up character because, we tend to be on the cutting edge of technology, thinking of things we're a very entrepreneurial business, even though we've been around, for many years. So I can't really come up with an official mascot, but it would be around, I'm seeing a bird, I'm seeing entrepreneurial, I'm seeing, visiting different destinations, and really, being innovative as we do that.
Great. We'll give the marketing team a challenge.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time today, and we will conclude the interview. And this will be a great addition to the Host Agency Reviews Host Week information sessions.
Well, thanks so much, Todd, and thanks so much for all the efforts that you and your team do as well on behalf of the industry.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Todd.
Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you so much, Michelle. It's and she's in the comments, everyone. So definitely ask questions. And if you think of questions later on, you can go on to Travel Edge's profile on Host Agency Reviews, and you can ask them questions through the Q&A tab. I happened to be hanging out with their marketing team last week in Toronto, so they are wonderful. So definitely ask all the questions. For those of you who are here and the comments are not lining up with what you're seeing on YouTube, please make sure to scroll that red bar at the bottom all the way to the right, or press the live button so that everything is matching for you. Okay, so who's next? This name may ring a bell if you've been here this week, because Nexion was one of the host agency interviews that we had on Monday. And as you probably have guessed it, this is their Canadian division. So if you're looking to hear more about the US division, never fear. We will link to the interview from Monday in our post-host week email. And it's recorded and it will stay recorded in our YouTube channel, so you can always go back to that. So that was on Monday. And we will make sure to also link to Nexion Canada's profile. They have two different ones on Host Agency Reviews, one for the US and one for Canada, if you would like to learn more or ask questions during their interview. So Alvin from the wonderful ASTA, American Society of Travel Advisors, nabbed some time with Jackie, president of Nexion, and I am very curious to hear what they have to say. So Juan, let's do it.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. I'm Alvin Adriano, Director of Education here at ASTA, and I am thrilled to spend the next few minutes with someone that everyone knows in the industry, Jackie Friedman, President of Nexion Travel Group and a longtime industry leader. Hi, Jackie. How are you?
I'm great, Alvin. So great to see you.
So great to see you too. And I'm super excited to have the honor of interviewing you. You've been such an influence in my career as well as so many others. So just excited to be on here just as the new year starts.
Wonderful. Well, I hope you guys had a great new year.
I did. And it's just so fortunate, especially all the work that we've done. ASTA and active and working collaborative in trying ways to enhance the travel industry, especially for all the travel advisors out there. But we're looking so excited for 2026. And again, just so happy to have Jackie on the call right now. But I mentioned it earlier, we're starting 2026. I mean, there's a lot of new things, a lot of headwinds, a lot of new opportunities coming up. But for you, Jackie, and Nexion, it's safe to say that every host agency has their unfair advantage, their competitive edge. But what really separates you from the others, and how does that affect the outcome of the advisors that you work in your network?
Great, Alvin, and that's a great question. I like to call Nexion Canada's unfair advantage having the best of two worlds. So we have a support team that's dedicated to our Canadian advisors. We're doing events that are unique for our Canadian advisors. But at the same time, we give them access to some of the broader programs that are available across North America for both our U.S. advisors as well as our Canadian advisors. So they really do get the best of both worlds. They have their unique community in Canada. We try and get up there as often as we can. In fact, we're doing our first multi-day conference in Canada later this year in April. And we also will continue doing our roadshow where we come out to where our advisors are and just spend time with them and really understand their businesses and what their priorities are.
That's wonderful. I think personalization is really the key here, and being able to have what you said, both of both worlds, especially for the different demographics for all advisors. I mean, there's something for everyone, and being able to have such a large network like yourself makes it easier for advisors to be able to help with their operations. But, you know, the big thing right now, Jackie, is technology. I mean, it's exploding everywhere. And everyone's super excited, but you know, in Nexion Canada, I mean, how are you guys embracing technology? How are you guys embracing AI? You know, how is it helping out your advisors in your network?
That's a great question, and it is a work in progress. That's all I can say. At Internova, we have an artificial intelligence center of excellence, so it's a major focus. And on our roadmap for Nexion Canada, we want to finalize exactly how our advisors can use AI, not only to operate their businesses more efficiently, but also how we can service and support them. So we're looking at AI both from an advisor productivity tool as well as internal optimization and efficiencies. So a lot of these things are in their infancy, and you know, we have been talking to them about AI for the longest time. They are learning how to embrace it, how to do those things that they have to get done, but want to spend less time on so that they can focus their efforts on those high value activities that require that human touch. So I like to say our direction is going to be finding the right blend of high tech and high touch. Because no technology is going to replace the value that relationship advisors have with their customers. You know, both are so important. So definitely a work in progress, but a major focus for us in 2026 and beyond.
No, I can't agree with you more. It seems like every time I learn something about AI or technology, it's already too late. My kids laugh at me all the time because as soon as I learn something, it's like already expired and something new is coming up. So you got to learn. And like you mentioned, Jackie, I mean, it's not AI or technology that will replace advisors. It's just those who don't take the advantage of using it right now and learning all of the things that it can help with productivity, with generating leads, with marketing. Yep. I mean, there's so many use cases that we can use technology for. And I know there's some like great ideas just floating around. I mean, for you and some of your top advisors, I mean, what are the most creative ways that you've seen to generate leads for the businesses right now?
You know, it's a great question, and we're seeing a lot of things. But one of the things that kind of resonated with me is advisors that use AI to uncover opportunities for groups. So they find a passion or an area that they are really interested in, that they are connected to in one way or the other. And using artificial intelligence, they try and source potential leads or Pied Pipers that they can connect with you know, for group opportunities. So AI does the initial lift in terms of identifying who some of these organizations might be in their general vicinity. AI can help write a letter of introduction and, you know, state what it is that that they would love to chat with, and come up with a short list of who they may then want to contact directly in person and make an appointment. But we've seen initiatives like that started by AI and finished by the advisor themselves, really uncovering opportunities to connect with certain affinity groups that could be very lucrative. So I think we've just scratched the surface there.
You're completely right. I think as we keep playing, we start using all these use case scenarios and learn more about AI and all the new tools and resources that we have. There's just going to be an explosion, and some of these advisors that really grasp and adopt AI. I mean, I can't wait to see what they're coming up with. And I know you guys are celebrating your advisors. I mean, such a big year, such huge milestones, and just a lot that has come up from this year, especially with AI coming in. But do you guys have a plan to celebrate your advisors for 2026? What are you guys doing? I know you guys shake it up all the time there at Nexion.
Yeah. To me, recognition is really important, but it's recognition for a lot of different things. So we've always had sales awards. And we'll continue to have sales awards. And we recognize preferred supplier commissions that come in. So although hosted advisors can certainly choose those partners that are the best fit for their customers, we like to recognize those that really support our preferred suppliers. So that will be the same. That won't change. But we also like to recognize a lot of other things. And so we launched last year and will continue to do is an award that's unique to Canada called Fostering Excellence. So our former president of Nexion Canada, Mike Foster, who retired at the very beginning of the year, we named this award in his honor. And it really is the attributes that Mike brought to work. So it's not only their effectiveness in the business, but how they are as a person, how they are in terms of helping develop the community, being a resource for other advisors, embracing what it is that we're all about, and being that ambassador. And so we are going to continue with that award, as well as others that are similar, non-sales awards. So the most creative uses of social media. We have brand ambassadors. We have folks that are most helpful on our advisor communities. And this year, as I mentioned earlier, we are doing our first multi-day Canadian conference that will be in addition to our annual Connection conference. We're calling it Connect, C-A-N, little E-X, which is contraction of and connection. But to do a lot of kind of fun recognition there as well. So not just for sales performance, but for their contributions to the community as a whole.
Oh, I love that. I love the quirkiness that you guys have. It's always so unique. And I love the fact that, I mean, there's so many advisors out there. We always focus on sales, but the true value of what an advisor brings are the relations that they nurture and take care of. And I love the fact that you're strengthening and solidifying our industry by building these communities and recognizing those that really push our industry forward and build these communities together. So I love the fact that you guys doing it. It celebrates these huge wins. And again, the only winners are the entire industry, because we, by unifying our mission and direction, it really helps us push our industry forward. So kudos to you. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that one of the things that just amazes me about this industry and about our network specifically is just that sense of collaboration. And technically these advisors could view each other as competitors, but they don't. They really want each other to succeed. They learn as much, if not more, from each other as they learn from us. And our job is just to help navigate them and helping them make those connections and giving them vehicles and forums to make those connections, so that sense of collaboration continues. And it's one of my favorite parts of our industry as a whole.
Yeah, collaboration is great. Teamwork's great within our groups. And this is a great segue, because, I mean, it's football, there's basketball. We tend to create, unique, mascots or symbols of our collaboration or our teamwork. So one of our funny questions for this year is, if Nexion had an official mascot, what would it be? What would Nexion Canada's official mascot be, Jackie?
I would say our official mascot would be Nexi the Navigator.
Nexi the Navigator.
You can have all sorts of plays on, with the letters NEX, but the reason why I went with Nexi the Navigator is, what we've been talking about all along is Nexion Travel Group Canada is, think of us as a navigator to provide some direction, tools, resources, programs, things that individual advisors need to navigate their way to building a successful business. The advisors are the ones that are going to do it, but we just kind of lead the way, giving them those guidelines, giving them some direction, giving them the encouragement, the recognition, all of those things that are important. But, in the host agency model, we realize that we're only going to be as successful as our advisors are. We don't do it for them. They are running their own businesses, but we provide those resources, that navigation to help them ultimately achieve the success that they want in their business. So Nexi the Navigator has all four of our colors: red, green, yellow, and purple. And each of them is a spicy and important part of their overall navigational journey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great mascot. I mean, the way that Nexi will support, I mean, people don't realize how lonely it is as an entrepreneur. You go on your own, and sometimes you just don't have that community behind you. And I love what Nexion Travel Group Canada is doing, because as entrepreneurs, we need that support. So any way that you guys are there, whether it's back office, marketing, connection, preferred partnerships, being able to have that partner like Nexion Travel Group Canada is so important. So really love what you guys are doing, and I hope those that are interested in more of Nexion Travel Group Canada, we'll leave a link in the comments for you guys to learn more. But Jackie, I have to ask, I mean, it is Host Week. Are you guys offering any specials for Host Week for all of our viewers out there?
We sure are, Alvin. We really have two programs, one for established advisors that have taken some training, have had a little bit of experience, or a lot of experience, and then one for those that are new to the industry. So the experienced advisor category, we will give them $100 off the initial activation fee.
Awesome.
And that will run through the full week of Host Week plus the following week. So that gives them almost 2 full weeks of taking advantage of that opportunity. If they come in with our virtual campus training program that we do in conjunction with Travel Leaders of Tomorrow, we will also give them $100 off that first module. So that's for folks that are new to the industry, that really want to go through their initial training with a cohort of students in an instructor-led program that will really get their careers off to the right start. So whether it's an established advisor activation fee or off of the first module of the training, for that 2-week period, we will give them $100 off.
Awesome. What a great benefit, great promotion. And again, for all those viewers that are out there, if you want to learn more about Nexion Travel Group Canada, please, we put the link into the chat. You can learn more about them. Jackie, again, thank you so much for sharing your insight, all your energy, and all the impact that you have over the years. For everyone watching, again, like to thank Jackie for being here. And I'll send it back to Steph and Shayna. Take care.
Thanks, Alvin.
Thank you.
Jackie, it is always such a pleasure, and it is wonderful to hear from you twice this week. We'll take a third time if you'd like to. If you don't know, in the audience watching, Jackie is the immediate past chair of the board for ASTA. And really, we want to send a huge thank you to ASTA and their entire team for hosting so many of these host interviews. They are such a wonderful partner. And if you've never attended their annual conference, they've got a few conferences throughout the year, but their annual one this year is in May in San Diego. I would highly recommend. There's suppliers, so you can meet them. The Consortia, the hosts, some of them set up booths as well. There are fantastic speakers. That's where I met Christy. If you watched our keynote on Tuesday, she was speaking there, did a beautiful job. Our own Jen Myers will be speaking there this year, so take a look. And most of us will be there. So I will be there, Rita will be there, Jen will be there. So definitely come and join us in May. Okay, so how's everyone doing? If you're feeling good and liking Host Week, please make sure to give us a thumbs up, hearts, any other fun faces in the YouTube stream. And if you're really, really liking it, you could consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. We have a lot of fun in here. Our Friday 15 podcasts come in here, our webinars, our events. So definitely subscribe and stay tuned. Okay, next we have Direct Travel. They have been around since, get this, 1953. Very impressive. And they accept advisors both from the US and Canada. So now we're going to jump over to Joelle from Direct and see what they're up to.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm Marco Pozzebon, VP Strategic Partnerships and Business Development for ACTA. With me today, I have the privilege of sharing time with Joelle Goldman, VP Host Services and Luxury for Direct Travel. Joelle, so nice to spend time with you.
So nice to see you as well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Oh, well, why don't we jump right in? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Ready as I'll ever be.
Okay. Joelle, as you look ahead into 2026, what would you see as your unfair advantage? One support piece or tool or relationship that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think it produces for your advisors?
Of course. Well, Direct Travel is one of the largest Virtuoso member agencies, actually globally. We're only a fraction, our leisure side is only a fraction of the size of our organization. What that boils down to is we have a number of resources and experts to leverage as we continue to develop our technology platforms and other resources, tools and resources for our advisors. We do this even though we are as big as we are, and global, we take a personalized approach to our advisors. It is all about the advisor, more so than we are there to help our advisors shine and help them be better at what they do. And the tools that we're developing and the software platforms that we're developing are there to make our advisors better than they already are in whatever stage of their business they're in.
Fantastic. So you talk about technologies and platforms. I'm going to make a bit of an assumption and assume you're starting to use AI to make business easier. So is your network embracing technology or AI specifically to make business easier for your advisors?
Excuse me. Yeah, we are. We recently restructured our organization. Instead of being regional and US or Canada based, we are now North American based, and we added a vertical to focus on our data within leisure itself. This is our key to technology that truly produces efficiencies for our advisors. Whether it's the new platform we're working on or the integration of AI, it's all about data. If you don't have healthy data, if we don't have healthy data for our advisors and for our partners, it's hard to be successful. For full service luxury leisure travel has traditionally been more about offline services, and we are not changing that. It is critical that we have technology in place to support going forward how a booking is processed and make it easier for our advisors to work with their clients, enhance both the advisor and the client experience. We've started with the data and are building out from there.
Excellent. So now with that, when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're starting to generate leads for their businesses?
Our advisors are amazing. Our successful advisors there's so many unique ways they go about it, but bottom line is it's all about referrals. It's all about getting their name out there, marketing, grassroots marketing, even if it's just a simple signature in their signature line saying something like, a referral is the best thank you can give me, to straight up asking their clients when they return from their successful trips or amazing holidays. Since we're virtuoso, there's reviews and recommendations. They get referrals that way. They get leads from virtuoso. Another way is a bit more unique to DT is that we provide leads from our client engagement marketing programs. It means our advisors can spend more time focusing on their top clients, knowing that they will be notified if less frequent clients are becoming more engaged. We can provide any kind of data from our marketing resources to our advisors on what their clients are engaging with.
Love that. Love that. Yeah. And sometimes the simplest strategy is the best strategy. Just don't be afraid to ask for the referral, right?
Don't be afraid to ask for the referral. Yeah. It is the best way, because your clients are out there talking about their trips, and all they need to say is, I used this person, and please use them because they're amazing.
All right. So how is Direct Travel planning to celebrate some of the wins of their advisors this year?
Well, we have a couple recognition and award programs. We have our GEM trip. GEM stands for Going the Extra Mile, and our GEM trip celebrates and rewards our top 25 advisors across North America. We actually just had our trip, this year's trip, in late October, and we went from Turkey into Istanbul and out of Athens on Seabourn. Excuse me. And our next trip is taking them to Australia for an incredible 8-day experience, and that's going to be next year. And then on the flip side, we also have a recognition program as well as our GEM trip. We have a GEM recognition program, and that celebrates the accomplishments of over 150 of our advisors at our awards gala during our annual conference called Direct Access, also held in October, and that's annually.
And I've heard great things about your conferences. So
thank you. Next year it's in Toronto.
Yes. Great. Okay, so those are kind of my formal questions, but I'm going to switch gears a bit, get a little fun.
Okay.
If your host agency had an official mascot, what would you say it would be and why?
Okay, so admittedly, I asked around, I asked our marketing team, I asked some of our salespeople, just like to see what people would come up with. And then we put it down to 3 different ones and took a vote. And it came up with a falcon. We came up with a falcon. We operate, and here's what we came up with. And we had fun with this too, believe me. It operates with precision and speed. It's the master of the skies, providing a full perspective on the landscape ahead, and it has quiet strength. It is refined, capable, but never flashy. And that is absolutely how we describe Direct Travel. We are there. We are on the back side, supporting and doing whatever we can to support and, like I said early on, make our advisors shine, because it is all about them.
Love it. The home of the Falcon.
The home of the Falcon. And not to be confused with Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, Just to be clear, right?
Just to be clear.
I love it. I love it. Joelle, that is the end of the interview. Is there anything you'd like to add before we sign off?
No, we're here. We're here to support our advisors. If anybody has any questions, I'm sure you're leaving information about how to contact us. And hope everybody has a great day today. And thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it.
Joelle, thank you for your time today and the great interview. Hope to talk to you real soon.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Joelle, and so many wonderful insights. And that is right. We had Marco from ACTA, the Association of Canadian Travel Agencies and Travel Advisors, making his interviewing debut with us at HAR, which just makes me so happy. And yes, for somebody in the comments, this was recorded in December. So some of the recordings happened in December, some happened in January. So yes, she meant that the conference is in Toronto this year, 2026. Okay, so before we head into our next host, we do want to hear from you. So Juan, put that QR code up on the screen. It is really important to us to continue shaping the future of Host Week, what it looks like, the types of topics we talk about, speakers, interviews, everything. We love your feedback. When you get an opportunity, if you are planning to join us tomorrow, wait until tomorrow's done. But we want to hear about what you liked, what you didn't like, anything you'd like to see in the future. Host Week is for you, and we want to make sure it continues to be for you. So we would love to get your feedback. So please take down the link or scan the QR code to give us some of your feedback. Okay, so up next, we have Departure Lounge, who also work both with US and Canadian advisors, and they also happen to operate globally. So not just US and Canadian advisors, which is very exciting. So we are bringing back Marco from ACTA, and he is interviewing Keith from Departure Lounge. Let's send it over to them.
Good day to those joining us. I'm Marco Pozzebon, VP of the Association of Canadian Travel Agencies and Advisors. Today, I'm very excited to be chatting with Keith Walden, the owner, founder, director of the Departure Lounge. Keith, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
It's our pleasure. Now, Keith, if you're ready, I'd like to jump in, ask you a few questions about your host agency.
Sure. My favorite topic other than my child.
All right. Wonderful. So, Keith, as we're looking ahead into 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage? One support piece or tool, maybe a relationship that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that produces for advisors within your host agency?
Well, I wouldn't say anything's unfair because we're all about fairness at Departure Lounge. We've got a code of conduct, and kindness is at the core of our culture. So that's obviously a key foundation. And we're going into our 13th year in 2026. The advantages that we bring to the table is we're closing this year at almost $500 million US in annual sales. I think about 480 million. That and our relationships and our reputation have allowed us to cut deals with 68 different preferred agency programs and or exclusive contracts with brands. We have our own preferred program, and then we're virtuoso as well. And so for those selling leisure luxury, we have every bell and whistle that you could possibly have for upgrading your clients, attracting your clients, and then most money because many of those programs pay enhanced commission. We also have a compensation option that's good for those that are new to industry with a commission split plan that's tiered. And then for veterans that are high producers, we got a very competitive flat fee program that allows them to pay $650 a month and keep 100% of commission and fees. So all of that together is put on a technology suite of 4 different modern platforms that make very as easy as possible to do the job of being a top travel advisor. And those 4 platforms are interconnected and getting more and more synced to save our advisors more time and allow them to respond to requests faster and more beautifully to live in this world of Google, responsiveness and a lack of patience. So that is the mix that is Departure Lounge.
So perfect, and a perfect segue. So you mentioned the technology that you leverage. So say more about that. How are you embracing it? Are you using AI? How is it actually making business for the advisors easier?
Sure. We provide 4 platforms to each of our advisors. One of those is Travify, which is the itinerary builder, proposal maker tied to a smartphone so that clients can see everything immediately, have all their travel documents and confirmations at their fingertips. That syncs up with other platforms that we have. We have a custom booking platform with a company called TravelWits that can be completely customized and branded for the individual advisor's brands or the team's brand. And that pulls in every one of our preferred programs into one place, along with Virtuoso rates, our own preferred program. So all of it's accessible in one place. If you book a hotel on that platform, it auto posts into our back office system, which is Sion. So you don't have to re-enter it or do any invoicing in order to get paid. In addition to the advisor booking portal, we have client-facing booking portals that are password protected, and our advisors can put those in front of their clients and say, hey, if you don't need me, the hotel or the rental car that you want to book, you can use my private portal. And that actually has worked out really well. We sell millions of dollars through the client-facing portal on bookings. The client may be just going on a domestic trip for 2 or 3 days over the weekend, and they don't want to bother the advisor, or maybe they don't want to pay a planning fee, but they do like the perks and the upgrades. And so by using that client-facing portal, the advisor still gets the sale, the client still gets the perks and the recognition at the partner. So that's a win-win. And then our communications platform is Circle, which is where it's kind of like an advanced private Facebook group, but way better searching capabilities and LMS training elements as well, and allowing us to create divisions within it based on subject matter. So much better to navigate and be organized as a communications tool, because we have 370 advisors in 18 countries now. Circle is a beehive of sharing and asking questions. It's a very, very engaged group of advisors that are very happy to be helpful to each other, and Circle is that platform where that happens. So all of that together is all modern technology, easy to use, very fast, interconnected, and we're focused on making it more and more and more interconnected, more and more and more efficient. Our air program is with JP Morgan Chase. Their air contracts flow into our booking portal. So those are some of the best contracts out of North America for travel globally. So our advisors make good money on air as well.
Perfect. And so let's focus in on your advisors. If you think of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways that they're generating leads for their businesses?
Gosh, we have incredibly talented and savvy advisors. Most of our advisors are 30s, 40s, 50s. We range from 20-somethings to 80-somethings in age, and we're an extremely diverse group. We have attracted a lot of really smart business people of all ages. I think our average is 1.3 million per advisor. That's an even more impressive number when you consider we take 30 to 35 each year that are brand new, starting out, have sold nothing. So it's a really talented group. As far as how are they creating their client relationships, it is all over the place. From being an online expert in a particular platform to working with a family office or specializing in a particular type of travel, or being, the go-to for a celebrity segment or sports stars or you name it. So it's a really diverse group. The cool thing is they're all willing to share how they've built their businesses. And so they all learn from each other, which is great. And we're always trying to support that and bring those ideas to the table, put new ideas forward. With our client-facing portal, we launched this fall that you can do a partnership with a nonprofit that you might be involved with and brand it with a nonprofit, have the nonprofit send out the booking portal to all of their constituents and supporters, knowing that the advisor that's a departure lounge advisor is going to make a contribution with every booking. A percentage of the gross commission will be paid back to the nonprofit as a donation. So we're getting creative on how to further build the client list of our advisors and do some good at the same time, which makes us doubly happy.
Lovely. Okay, so let's continue down the road of advisors and their success that they're having within your host agency. What's one way you're planning to celebrate your advisors' wins this year?
We have an annual meeting each year in early October, Lounge Exchange or DLX, and that is when we all get together and have 4 days of sharing announcements, rolling out new functionalities, panel discussions, breakout sessions. We have 52 sessions with our top partners and a showcase setup that are 10-minute meetings, and then we have a awards dinner at the end on the last night where we give out awards for cultural things and money-related things, and we have a good time with that. So, I celebrate my folks all the time. I work for all my advisors, and we like to call them bell ringers that are shared during our team Zooms. We have a couple of those per month, or sharing in the circle group every day. So there's a lot to celebrate, and success, sharing those successes. So and it's been a great year. This year we were up 50% year over year from last year, which we've had like 4 years of that type of growth, which has been remarkable.
Very good to hear. Good to hear. Thank you for sharing. Now, let's have a little fun.
Okay.
If your host agency had an official mascot, what would it be and why?
Golly. I'm just going to go with Wombat because I like them. And they are cute and seem to be pretty strong. And who doesn't like a wombat? So we're just going to go with wombats.
We all like wombats. And as the owner, you can choose whatever mascot you want.
Plus, their poop is square. So that means they're kind of magical.
There you go. Fun fact. I just learned something new today. Thank you for that, Keith.
Yes, there's a Texan living in Italy teaching you about an animal that lives in Australia, and you're in Canada. This is a wonderful world.
Isn't it a wonderful world? Thanks for sharing. All right. Last question. It's host week. Do you have a host week special? If so, tell us about it.
Sure. Through the end of January 2026, we'll take $200 off our onboarding fee if an advisor is accepted to come in and join us. It's typically $500, so it would drop the onboarding to $300 during and through the end of January. So that'll be our big deal offer.
Perfect. Keith, that's it for me as far as questions. It has been a pleasure learning from you today. Is there anything you'd like to add before we sign off?
One more thing that we're rolling out in 2026. It's called Masterclass. And, at our size and global reach, we focused this past year on things that we could do that we couldn't have done 5 years ago. And we really wanted to apply that to destination learning. So we rolled out a new concept called Masterclass, where we take a very in-demand destination that is difficult to wrap your brain around because of geography, logistics, seasonality, small hotels that are always sold out, super high rates, all those things. And we wanted to be able to take a fairly large group of our advisors into a destination like that and see it and experience it like never before. So the first is in April of 2026. It will be the Amalfi Coast region of Italy, which we've divided into 4 micro regions, being the Sorrento Coast, Amalfi Coast, Ischia, and Capri. And each of those micro regions, we will have 35 of our advisors going in. It starts with a classroom setup in the micro region where our top partners from that micro region are presenting to us about their product. We have 35-star hotels that are participating in the overall Amalfi region. And then each advisor is staying in one of those hotels and seeing the rest before we move on to the next micro region. We're also having meals in the restaurants where our clients would be eating. We're having experiences that the clients would be having. We're in the same types of transfer vehicles that the clients would be experiencing. So by the end of 10 days, we will have created 35 super experts on that region, which is a difficult region to see everything on your own, and even on a traditional fam trip. So elevating this destination learning to that level. And we'll do one of these each spring. We're already working on the 2027 masterclass. We haven't announced where that will be, but equally cool destination. But I'm super excited about being able to do that. And without the sales volume and our reputation, we wouldn't be able to pull this off. So I think it's going to be another game changer for us.
That sounds like the ultimate experiential learning opportunity to me. So anyone who gets it, cool. Yeah, it'll be something special. So the congratulations on that. Sounds like a great.
Thank you.
Keith, thank you for your time. Wishing you the best in the hills of Tuscany, and have an amazing host week.
You too. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much, Keith. Wonderful insights. And thank you for letting us all know that the wombat poop is square. Another interesting poop fact, not that anybody asked, but that made me think of when I was in Botswana, we stopped to watch some dung beetles cross the road. Very cool thing actually to be able to do when you are in the smaller national parks. And I learned that the larger the ball of dung the male dung beetle is rolling across the road, the more attracted the female dung beetles are to them. So I'm sure that my team is super happy that I just shared that story. But anyways, back to regular scheduled programming. I found it interesting. So I love it. For those of you that are just joining us, reminder that if you're watching on your phone and you want to see the comments, you can scroll through them and right under the video or click the comment and you will see the entire list of comments will be visible to you. So you can join in all the fun because the comment section is a ton of fun and has been a ton of fun today. I do have to remind you of our incredible sponsors. They are the reason that we can be able to do this and also keep it free for all of you. So a huge thank you again to our weekly sponsors, Alternative Travel Services, Incentive Connection Travel, Rainbow Getaways, Turn, Travify, and Travel Industry Solutions. And for the day of Thursday, we have 4 incredible daily sponsors, and that is Dream Vacations Franchise, Global Travel Collection, Nexion Canada, and Travel Planners International. All right. Our next host is open to both Canadian and U.S. travel advisors. We have Fora joining us. So let's welcome the co-founder Henley and Andrea from ASTA. Here we go.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am Director of Membership Engagement with ASTA, and I am pleased to have with me today Henley with Fora. She is the co-founder. So Henley, great to see you. I'm so happy that you're able to be here with me for a quick conversation today.
Thank you so much. Excited to chat.
Great. Well, let's go ahead and get started with our first question. As you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support piece, tool, or relationship that you offer that most hosts don't? And what outcome do you think that will produce for your advisors?
Good question. Well, it's hard to narrow it down to one thing because I would say sort of our unfair advantage, which is really the unfair advantage that we want to give our advisors when they're out there competing against credit cards and OTAs, trying to convince travelers to plan with them, is sort of, it's two-sided. One side is the technology. So the tools that we're building that enable them to work faster and better and sort of be more available and more relevant to their travelers, which we can dig into more. But then the other side is the community. And I think, it can often, I think, especially when you're talking about a larger agency, people might say, but do people get lost in a larger community? But actually, the breadth and depth of the community is what makes our advisors so strong. They are collaborating, they aren't competing, they are talking to each other. I mean, truly 24/7, especially at this time of year, helping plan lots of trips, helping answer questions, and that ability to always know that you can connect with somebody who was either just in the destination that you're planning, just had a client in the destination that you're planning, has had, feedback recently about there. That is something that makes you that much better of an advisor. So the tools on one side are going to make you move more quickly, but the community on the other, it's going to make you smarter.
Oh, and I love that. And I think that's one of the most special things about this industry is that community aspect. No matter who you are, we don't compete. There's enough business for everybody. And I love that. So how has your network been embracing technology and that very scary AI to make business easier or even more fun for your advisors?
Yeah, so I don't think we should consider AI scary. I think AI is our friend. We all love to spend our time talking to ChatGPT in our regular lives, and we should and do embrace AI in terms of the tools that we're using for our work. So I can talk a little bit about I think the way that we think about AI, which is again built into the platform and everything that we're doing, is something that is meant to sort of supercharge the human. So what do we have right now? Price Drop. It monitors every single booking that our advisors are making through the platform and lets them know if their client's price changes. So then you never want to be called out. Wait a minute, I see now, this booking at this hotel is now $200 cheaper a night. You want to be able to have that information and be able to go and tell your client about it and say, hey, you could upgrade to another room for the same price, or I can rebook you at the lower price. AI ingestion of itineraries. So you get an itinerary for the DMC you're working with. You can now upload this into our itinerary planner and it will actually ingest it and produce a beautiful itinerary. So no cutting and pasting, no spending hours retyping. All of that can happen very quickly. And even within that itinerary tool, being able to group bookings. So you have 2 hotels, you have a rental car, you have a tour, all grouped within one trip, one button. AI is going to generate that itinerary where then you can go in and change that around. So a lot of what these tools are doing in our platform is making it easier for our advisors to do their job. The next version that's coming this year will be an AI agent. So not a travel agent, but one that also works for you with AI that will be built into the tools so that if you say walk out of a meeting with a client, you've had coffee with your friend and she says, it's cold up here, I'm thinking about going to Miami for the weekend. You could actually just open up your phone, talk into it and say, Andrea really wants to go to Miami. These are some of her favorite hotels. These are her dates. These are the ones that I'm thinking for her. By the time you're back at your desk, you will have a client profile created. You will have a rate check already created. And that rate check will actually be bookable with our bookable quote, because what we can do now with our new technology is send somebody a bookable quote with the different hotels that we suggest. They can decide on their own time when they're ready to make that booking, which really helps save some of that back and forth on email and means you don't lose that reservation to booking online directly.
Oh, very smart. So it's like having a personal assistant right at your fingertips.
Having a personal assistant. Yes, we want AI to be your best personal assistant. You may still want to have a real life personal assistant too at a certain level of your business, but especially as a newer advisor or an advisor that's scaling quite quickly. And we see this with our advisors is their businesses are growing fast. We want them to be able to go farther without actually having to pause and hire, because we know that that can be sort of a difficult thing to go from advisor to also manager and employer. So we want to give them as many tools as we can to slow that down and speed them up.
Well, fantastic. And speaking of some of those fast growing advisors, when you think about some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways they are generating leads for their business?
Yeah, so I would say it's less about creativity and more about consistency when it comes to our top advisors. You actually don't have to kind of reinvent the wheel. You just have to find what works best for you and do it again and again and again. Because again, out in the broader world, a lot of travelers don't remember that travel agents are still a thing. They wonder if we're dinosaurs. Is this still relevant to me? So find your channel that works best for you. Maybe that's email, maybe that's social, maybe that's just remembering to tell people at school drop off what you do, and do it over and over, because by staying front of mind, that's the only way that you're going to be in their sort of thought process when they're ready to plan their next trip, because otherwise it's too easy for it to slip out. So just be consistent. And that's where we see, again, some of our advisors, they are excellent on social media, and this is a great channel for them. Some of them don't touch it at all. It's just word of mouth and referrals, and they're killing it.
I love that. And really, it does come down to that relationship. It's getting to know somebody, asking questions, and then they're like, oh yeah, I remember you said you were an advisor, and I'm thinking about X, Y, and Z. So, and I think that's pretty much how I found my advisor. So it works. It works. It So as we are getting close to being finished today, what is one way that your organization is planning to celebrate your advisors' wins from this past year?
Oh, see, again, I'm not good with the one way. It's so hard to narrow it down. I guess the biggest way that's coming up is we will be announcing our 2026 Centum honorees. So starting last year, and this will be our second year, we announce our top 100 advisors within Fora, which is really a big achievement. It is not a different sort of tier of membership. It is because it changes very often. People are coming in and building such quick and big businesses that we want to celebrate them externally to our travel partners and to their clients as well. Of these people, they did something quite impressive this year. But we do also celebrate them every day. I actually get a bookings report in my email every single night, and I open it up and I look at it. And you'll see names that are familiar that are, have achieved something amazing, one of the biggest bookings that day. But I also constantly see names that are not familiar, and use that as that moment to reach out and say, hey, congratulations. That's really great. Tell me a bit about you. Tell me about your business. We know that there are a lot of newcomers that are going to be the next superstars, and I want to just give them a high five early on.
Oh, I love that. Everybody, it's about being seen a lot of times, because everybody works so hard. So for you to do that, and I'm sure it is very exciting to see all the new names every day coming. So that's great. And yeah, there's so many multiple ways we can elevate our colleagues and people within our industry. So for a little fun question, although some people, this has been one of the hardest questions to answer. If your host agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
Okay, that is a little challenging. I would say bees, maybe, or like a beehive. They live and work within communities. They are constantly pollinating, so they're growing what's out there. And I like to think that by bringing new people into the industry, and our advisors are 97% new to the industry, that we are actually out there sort of spreading the word that this is a great career and also a great way to be planning a trip. And, they make beautiful flowers and we make beautiful trips. So I'd go with maybe a beehive.
I love that. I love me a good bumblebee. So
I actually don't. Here's the one thing is I actually am sort of terrified of bees, and I love our advisors. So if the analogy falls apart there.
That's funny. So, Henley, I have certainly enjoyed our time together. So is there a special that you would like to offer our viewers during Host Agency Week for Fora?
There is. And I'll tell you, the reason we do this is that the advisors that join from Host Agency, from sort of finding us here in Host Agency Week there and Host Agency Reviews in general, are really wonderful because we know they're out there, they're serious about their businesses, they're doing their research. So yes, we will have a Host Week special, which is $50 off the first year of annual membership. There will be a link on the Host Week deals page, and this is good through February 15th.
Fantastic. Well, Henley, this has been a pleasure, and it was great to see you and speak with you about Fora and what you have to look forward to in 2026. And we certainly at ASTA appreciate your network, and we also appreciate you taking the time to talk to the advisors out there and educate them a little more about Fora and what makes your host agency so special.
Well, thank you so much, Andrea. It was great to catch up with you, and always excited to talk to Host Agency Reviews.
Excellent. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Henley. The feeling is very mutual. And we've been loving having your team in the comments. Thank you to everyone for asking questions. Please continue to ask away in the chat. Or if you think of a question later, go to their directory on hostagencyreviews.com and you can ask questions directly in their Q&A tab. So I'm going to do a call out right now for your dog, cat, fish, plant, animal photos. We will definitely have time before the end of the day tomorrow to do a stretch and an animal slideshow. I personally don't own a pup, but I am the babysitter of all the puppies. So I will actually be watching my friend's miniature Aussie at the end of February. And she's gorgeous. So if you are a watcher of our Friday 15 podcast, I'll make sure that Pearl, that's her name, makes an appearance on that podcast with our friends at Gifted Travel Network, who will be joining us that week. And speaking of the podcast, if you're looking for more inspiration, real talk, and remembering that there is no single way, and when I say no single way, I mean a right way to build a business, you will definitely want to join us for tomorrow's Friday 15. And we will play that just before the keynote speaker. So if you are here, we are going to be playing that live, the recorded version live here during Host Week. And it will also be in all of our podcast channels later on if you want to continue to listen to it. Iris is a women-owned business founder who built her company from the ground up. She's a huge supporter of female entrepreneurs and someone who somehow manages to wear multiple hats, including running a successful representation business. Her story is really proof that you don't need to follow a traditional path to build something that is meaningful and successful. And she really brings a lot of that to this conversation. Trust me, this is one you do not want to miss. It was a ton of fun. And if you want to check out our past Friday 15s, they are also available at hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15, which we'll link to in the comments, also on Spotify and on Apple. And our landing page is a great place for you to submit questions for future Friday 15s. We answer 3 questions every Friday. And like I said, every Friday, and we have co-hosts, and a lot of them, Henley has joined me before. And our next interviewer has joined us before as well. So you definitely want to come back and listen to those. All right, next up, and our second last interview of the day is Jus Adventures, who really focus on new advisors. And they are also a member of Ensemble, whose Consortia interview was earlier today. So without further ado, I pass it off to the recorded Samantha and Andrea.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am Director of Membership Engagement with ASTA, and I am pleased to be joined today by Samantha Hammond with Jus Adventures, a host agency out of Long Island. And Samantha, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to have this chat with you.
Perfect. So why don't we go ahead and get started with a few questions. And the first is, as you look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support piece, tool, or relationship you offer that most host agencies don't? And what outcome do you think that will produce for your advisors?
So I think the unfair advantage that we have at Jus Adventures is really how hands-on we are. When I started this host agency, that was my number one thing, is mentorship. Our agents can contact us at all the time. We're always doing one-on-one. We do Monday night trainings. I do Wednesdays calls, like open office calls with my agents. So I think that's our biggest unfair advantage, is just that we pretty much handhold all of our agents. So it's not just providing them with suppliers and, commission and all of that stuff. Is we really do help each and every one of them build their brands and their company, and we handhold them through the entire process.
Fantastic. My next question is, your network embracing technology or AI? That's a very scary word. Nobody likes to say AI. So are you embracing AI to make business easier or more fun for your advisors?
Absolutely. I'm it's so funny because when AI first became a thing, I was one of those people who were like, absolutely not, like, no. But now, like, I personally use AI every single day, and we do recommend it to our advisors to use, and just to make their lives a little bit easier every day. We're also really big on technology. We've upgraded our technology on the back end this year as well. So we're always, you know, giving our advisors advice on how to use AI effectively, and also what technologies they can use in their businesses.
Fantastic. So when you think about some of your advisors, some of your top advisors, what are some of the most creative ways and the most out of the box ways that what are they doing to generate the leads for their business?
It varies. We still have a lot of travel advisors who are using social media very well. But for me, when I was a travel advisor, my big thing was always to get offline and to actually like join the chambers and just different things like that. So now I'm such a proponent of that, right? Like, yes, you can still promote online, you could still do social media. And we do have on the back end, like tools that they can use for, you know, setting up social posts and captions and all of that fun stuff. But a lot of our advisors have actually been taking my advice and going offline, right? So it's joining your local chamber, it's going to the library and, you know, handing out flyers and just different things like that. I found when I was a travel advisor, that was really successful for me. And I think a lot of times people tend to think like they just have to post on social media all the time, but we're actually seeing a lot of our advisors going offline now and having success with that as well.
I know it seems to be like polar opposites. People just are like, oh, but I have to be, you know, online all the time. And no, it's about meeting people and building that relationship and community.
I'm such a big proponent of that because it's like once people, I knew for a fact when I was a travel advisor, once people meet me and I can sell myself. It wasn't even so much selling the service. It was just like, hey, you know, this is what I do. This is my company and I would love to help you. And I found that more effective than doing social posts to people who may not know me. So that is exactly what I've been telling our advisors to do. Like, get out there, you know, meet people, have your elevator pitch. I've been saying that from day one is as soon as you meet someone, you know, 15 seconds rundown of what your company could be. And now that I'm seeing our advisors do the same and they're saying like, yes, it's working. Or, you know, I have a full-time job and I'm telling everybody at my job what I'm doing now. And now referrals are coming in to me. So it's great to see that it's working for our advisors as well.
Fantastic. All right. So what is one way that you are planning to celebrate the advisors' wins this year and successes within your host agency?
I love this question because we just had, we do a end of the year virtual Christmas party, which is a little bit hectic and fun. And I think the fun part is how hectic it is. And we actually just did that on Monday. So our, you know, end of the year party. And the beginning of that is to celebrate, you know, new advisor of the year, you know, sales agent of the year. So we had this whole award ceremony before, but even like on a monthly and weekly, we do this thing on we have a community and it's called Wednesday Wins. We have this thing called Wednesday Wins. And every Wednesdays, we have our advisors post their wins. And the wins could be they completed the training, booked the client, just anything like that. And we also celebrate. So we do it on social for our advisors in-house. But we also have like these quarterly get-togethers and, you know, virtual because our agents are all over. And it is just a good way for our advisors to kind of feel that they're appreciated, feel the love, feel encouraged. So we always have that going on from day one.
I love that. And everybody feels so appreciative when they, see their name or hear it spoken by somebody else. So I love that. And it just really does put together that community for everybody.
And that's a big thing for us. We're really big on community since day one. So once you join, first we were on Facebook. So we had a Facebook group, but then we transferred it over into our own community that had all of our back end. And it's just been like the core of our agency is that now seeing like people interacting, exchanging phone numbers and doing group trips together and giving each other referrals. Like our community is the center of Jus Adventures. So I'm really proud of that. So yes, it's something that is innate to us to always celebrate each other. And now we see like other advisors are celebrating advisors, like, oh, this person helped me with this. So it's really cool to see.
Fantastic. So as we come to the last question or so, Samantha, something fun for you. If your host agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
A mascot would probably be, this is probably so but like a passport, a passport with like wings, something simple like that, because it, because we do travel, obviously, and we see our advisors and see our host agency as a way to build up our advisors' brand. So I think giving the passport wings is, kind of a way of showing like we do give our advisors wings as well to see the world, to explore as much as possible. So I think that would be it. I never thought about this question before.
I love it. I love it. So as we come to the end of our time together, Samantha, for those advisors out there watching or listening later on, do you at Jus Adventures have a special during host agency week?
We do. So we are doing a 20% off during host week. And the great thing about Jus Adventures is we grandfather everyone in. So we never change our advisors' prices. So if you do come in at that discount, you stay at that discounted price for as long as you're with us.
Well, fantastic. Well, Samantha, thank you so much for spending some time with me today and time with the advisors. And I appreciate all the wonderful insight that you've given, and I hope everyone has enjoyed today's conversation. Again, my name is Andrea Caulfield with ASTA, and Samantha, thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Such a wonderful host week special, Samantha, and thank you so much for your insights. We've also loved having the Jus Adventures team in the chat. So drop your questions or head over to their profile and go ask them some questions there. They work and specialize in working with new advisors. So great for a lot of you in that chat. I do want to take a moment before we go into our last host week interview of today is to thank ASTA, the American Society of Travel Advisors, and ACTA, the Association of Canadian Travel Agencies and Travel Advisors, for joining us and hosting almost all of our host interviews. We love you all over here. You are wonderful. Just to give you a little bit of information about ASTA and ACTA. So ASTA is the US, ACTA is Canada. And joining them can be a really smart move for a travel advisor. They're the official voices of travel advisors advocating on your behalf with governments, regulators, industry leaders, especially when it really counts, like consumer protections, travel disruptions, and industry policy. That's a huge one. On the day-to-day side, they do support you with education and training. So to keep your skills sharp and your business really future-proof. Industry credibility, it really does signal professionalism and trust to clients and to other suppliers in the industry. a lot of community and networking. You know that is my favorite personally. With other advisors, they work really heavily with suppliers and other leaders in the industry as well. They also provide a lot of tools, resources, and member perks that are designed to support your businesses. That's what they focus on. So for me, bottom line is really ASTA and ACTA help protect the advisor profession. They really do elevate your credibility and make sure that advisors have a seat at the table. If you're building a long-term travel business, membership for me is less of a nice to have and more of a why wouldn't you? So that's my thoughts, and they are wonderful, and they've always been such a huge support of HAR and the travel agency industry as a whole. All right. We are heading into our final host interview of the day. I actually can't believe we're here. Do not forget that we have our edge spots right after this. Before we close out the day, we might have an opportunity to see some pet photos to stand up and stretch. I'm just saying. You do not want to miss them. We do have 3 20-minute educational sessions. More on that after this. So to round out this wonderful day of host interviews, I would love to welcome AMT Travel. So I'm going to hand it over to Andrea and Andrea. Yes, we have 2 Andreas for this one. So take it away.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Andrea Caulfield. I am Director of Membership Engagement with ASTA, and I am your host today as we talk to Andrea about AMT Travel. So, Andrea, it's so good to see you. How are you today?
I am good. How are you?
Great. Why don't you go ahead and give me a little synopsis of AMT Travel before we start our Q&A today?
Perfect. So AMT Travel has been in the industry for over 42 years. And actually this year, I've actually taken over ownership of AMT Travel, which I've been working with for over 35 years now. And we specialize on customized itineraries, helping with our clients, and we also are more of a boutique agency, so we have that more hands-on approach with our independent contractors.
Fantastic. Well, I appreciate you taking the time out of your very busy schedule, and congratulations on your time with AMT. That's fantastic. So as we look ahead to 2026, what do you see as your unfair advantage, one support piece, tool, or relationship you offer that most hosts don't? And then what outcome do you think that will produce for your advisors?
I think it's not like a hardware thing or, like a software. I think it is really our boutique style agency. So we have more personal touch, more personal relationships with our independent contractors to help them, build relationships with vendors, build relationships with their clients, help them with their marketing plans if they need assistance, show them the tools that can help them increase revenue and, build that business that they are looking to build.
Fantastic. So as we do continue to talk about the future, so how is your network embracing that technology and that very scary word of AI as you go into the new year to make business easier or even a little more fun and exciting for your advisors?
So we right now have a cool tool that we use, which is Toby AI. And we use it for a lot of our day-to-day activities and to-do lists. So we use it for creating itineraries, maybe answering emails for clients, creating marketing plans, creating social media content, maybe a marketing plan for your social media. And we have so many other things. I mean, you can do landing pages and all these great things. And so we're just trying to embrace it, use it to make things quicker, to get things to get done. And then making it fun for the agents, just hey, how can you use, we sometimes we'll have a contest. We'll say, hi, how can you create something with Toby? What's a fun thing that you could use it for? And so it kind of opens it up for other agents that say, oh, I didn't know I could do that.
That's fantastic. I love how you're going to use it as a learning tool.
Right.
Helping others.
Yes. And then I have one more thing too. So for the future of this year, hopefully we will be having a AI tool that will build reservations in our GDS. So it's going to be great for those agents that have never used a GDS or are new to the industry. Some of the, younger people that are coming in and they don't have that knowledge. And so it's going to make it a lot easier where they can make air, hotel, and car reservations.
Oh, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So, Andrea, when you think about your top advisors within your network, what are some of the most creative ways that they are generating leads for their businesses?
Okay, so our top one is our lead generation program, which is where they go and build profiles for their online presence. And so that will promote their destination specialization. If they're, promote groups, they can do it that way, any of their niches. And so those will bring leads in. We also have people using social media very creatively. Like I have a celebrity chef that she does her groups and she promotes as she's hosting these groups online, and that showcases what she is offering, and then she promotes her next group after. There's also people hosting like events at like wineries and different things where they're promoting a group maybe, or maybe a specific vendor or destination. So those are some of the ways.
Fantastic. And then I love how, when you think out of the box, it's always going to, spark somebody else to think about that as well. So I'm sure there's a lot of collaboration going on within your network too.
Exactly.
So what was one way you were planning to celebrate your advisors this past year with all of the wins that they've come across or any milestones they may have had?
Generally, what we do when at the end of the year, we'll have a celebration dinner and everybody will come, and then we'll highlight top agent, maybe the person that was most assisting others in the organization. For our newbies, like top, newcomer, rock star type thing. So we do stuff like that. And then also for next year, I have plans to do more of an agent newsletter highlighting them, and also having a celebratory dinner at our conference for those as well.
Oh, fantastic. I love that. Everybody likes to hear their names spoken out and get applause and everything. So I love how people, encourage each other through those wins.
Yes.
Fantastic. So one last question as we wrap up our conversation today. If your host agency had a mascot, what would it be and why?
I think Atlas the Owl, and that would represent our knowledge, because owls are very smart, and all the expertise and like the precision that we put into our business and our customer service that we as a company put out there.
Oh, that's perfect. I love that. And it, fits in with the travel theme and everything. I love it. So, Andrea, is there going to be a special for those viewers watching this week and or later on that you can talk about for AMT Travel?
Yes. So we talked about our Toby AI program that we have, and so we will be offering that to the new independent contractors that come with us for a free year, and we'll teach you how to use it and take advantage of it.
Well, fantastic. Well, Andrea, thank you so much for taking the time to talk about AMT Travel this week, and I do appreciate it. So I want to say thank you, and bye for now. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. What a fun host week special, and really leaning into AI to support your advisors. We love it. If you're a newer advisor, hopefully these interviews are really helping you narrow down your host agency, and getting a better feel for the industry. We have more tomorrow. Losing my words because we're getting to the end of the day. Do not forget to tune in, so that I can gather my words again before we head into our 3 edges spots to end the day. Shall we pet spot and music spot? I think so. Juan, I hear we have some new pet photos, and we also have our jump, jive, and whale music video. So I hand it over to you to take it away for a little break. I have fully been dancing in the background. So I'm glad that I remembered to stop because nobody wants to see that. Okay. I am really excited for EduSpot sessions. I think they're one of my favorite parts of the day. I love these 20-minute bite-sized educational sessions. And I am so excited to introduce our first one for Thursday. With Dee Beck from Elevated Travel by Dee. And she is a member of World Via Travel Network, where she today, oh, hello, Dee. And Dee is going to dive into the world of Trello. I also hear she's got a couple host week specials for you too. So you'll definitely go check those out after the EduSpots. But I'm going to leave your screen, and Dee, I'm leaving it to you. I think you might be muted. Oh, don't worry. I do it all the time.
All right, there we go. Yay. Thank you, Shayna. All right, I am so excited to be here with you guys today, sharing something that I am super passionate about, which is Trello. And I got a lot I want to talk about, so we're just going to jump right into it. I'm going to show us today how we can make an amazing itinerary in Trello so that your clients will keep coming back because of the thoughtfulness and personalization that you put into it, because that's why they're coming to us, right? So I'm going to go through a couple things here first on why we should even choose Trello, because we know there's lots of options out there. I love it. It's great for itineraries because, one, it's free, so that's great. It's also incredibly visual, which is amazing because a lot of people are visual learners. So when we can attach a picture to information, it's going to be easier for them to find. And that's exactly what we're going to do today with Trello. Trello is also incredibly user-friendly, not just in the desktop version, but the app as well. It is amazing. The other great thing about the app is it works offline. And we know that's when our clients need to utilize it sometimes, right? Trello also allows us to integrate so many useful features. We can do links, PDFs, YouTube videos, documents, Canva images, checklists, due dates, photos, and so much more. So we're going to create a seamless way to always stay connected to our clients, keeping all of their important information from getting lost so that they have confidence and peace of mind during their vacation. Okay, so I'm actually going to show you now the finished product so that hopefully when I'm talking, it makes a little more sense. What we're looking at right now in the Trello world is called a board. And this is what I give to my clients. This is a finished itinerary. I send them about 90 days out. Each list here, you'll see before you go, international travel. Everything is in here from during travel, before travel, after travel. And underneath each list that I create for them are what Trello calls cards. So when I open up this Trello card, it's going to show all this information that I've loaded into it for my clients, right? And the cards are really where the magic happens. We'll spend a lot of our time together today understanding the beauty of cards. But before we can run, we got to learn how to crawl, right? So now that we've seen the finished product and kind of the goal here, let's start from the beginning. When we are in Trello, we start in a workspace, and really all a workspace is, it's just a title that we're going to give for the boards to live under. So this workspace is called Host Week Presentation, and you can see I've got 2 boards with the option of creating new boards. Now, this is super important, and I know someone's going to ask this, so pay attention. Yes, you are limited to 10 boards in each workspace under the free version, but what most people don't realize is that you get unlimited workspaces. So it's okay. Once you hit your 10 boards, you're just going to make a new workspace. So let's say we're going to create a new board for our client. When I click on new board, it's asking me for my board title, and I always include my client's name and destination, and that's their vacay board. Once I hit create, it's going to make a new board. So we'll say just made this new board for us. All right, we open up our brand new board, and this is exactly what you would see, minus my notes here so I don't forget what I'm talking about. We have our board title here in the corner, And for some reason, this rock image is the default. And we're going to change that because this is where we get into that personalization for our clients. I'm going to come to the right-hand corner and I'm going to find those 3 dots where it basically means menu. In the Trello world, if you see 3 dots, know that it means menu. And I'm going to scroll down to where it says change background. Now here I have the option. I could actually change this to a picture I have on my computer, or I can choose photos from Trello, and they partner with Unsplash, which gives us tons of beautiful images that we can use for free. So if I typed in Mexico, I get these images. I'm going to go with an ocean picture because that's what my clients are really looking forward to, and I'm going to pick that one. So now I've personalized it a bit to their vacation by setting that as their background picture. Okay, so we're just kind of working down our list here. The next part of building our board is adding those lists I was talking about. When I click into that prompt to add a list, it's asking me now to enter my list title. So let's do that together. We'll call this list Before You Go. As soon as I hit enter, it's going to pop me into another list. So let's make a couple more. We'll do international travel, and we'll say this one is for flights. And this will continue. You can make as many lists as you would like. Whenever you're done, though, all you have to do is click off of it, and it'll take that prompt away. All right, so we've built our list, and now you can see that prompt underneath the list where it says add a card. So if I click into it, I can add my new card title. So we'll say this is called new card title. And then as soon as I hit enter, I made a card. So now I can either keep making new cards or I can start to build into the one card that I created. So when you open up your new card, there's nothing in it, right? This is where we get to shine as travel advisors and plug in information for our clients by utilizing all the functions within a card. And that's what we're going to focus on next, because once we understand card functions plus what our clients need, that's what's going to blow their mind away with this itinerary board. So these next few cards are really a breakdown of what each function in a card does. We'll look at this first one. I want to talk about card title and cover. So this is that card title we were talking about, and it's, super easy. I can type into it here, I can delete it, and then as soon as I click off of it, it's just going to save it. There's not even a save button. It's great. And there is my title. So we'll say that this card is focusing on flights. So I want to draw a picture in for my clients to be able to identify it a little easier. So see that mountain icon at the top? When I click on it, this is where I can find that photo, whether it's from my computer or if we search within Unsplash again. And because we're talking about flights, I want to pick an airplane. So I'm going to go with this pretty airplane picture here. And then you'll see a couple more options. I can either have my card title display underneath of it, or this is my personal favorite. I love the card title to appear over my photo. And then you can choose if you want white or black text. And now when I close out, you can see how it made that change. And now I've got a picture associated to my card information. All right, guys, let's talk about the description function. When you open up the card, this would not be here. This would all be blank. You would hit edit and then it would open up. And it looks really similar to an email. It functions a lot in a lot of the same ways, but it's not an email. And this is great because this is where we can put information for our clients. We can leave them specific instructions. We can just copy and paste information, YouTube videos, website links. So like this, for example, is a website I want my clients to go to, and it's a live link and it'll take them straight to it. So that's just a little bit we can do with the description function. And we'll put this all together at the end, I promise. The next function in a card is the attachments feature. And that's found in that plus add button. When you click on that, you'll scroll to where you see attachment. Now I can choose a file from my computer or I can insert a link. So this is another great tool that we can use, right? We can add photos. We can put our clients' hotel or transfer or excursion confirmations. If you're a Canva person, I am not, but if you love Canva, you can plug them in this way too. Think of the websites we could put in here of their hotel or any helpful tutorials. You can even send photos from your phone into a Trello card. And this is just a couple examples I already plugged in. For example, the visa tax in Mexico that is mandatory to pay. I don't want my clients to end on a bogus link, right? We know that exists. So here is the link for them to go to directly. And this is also another helpful link for going abroad that I want to provide to my clients. This was a photo I had on my phone when Real ID was rolling out, and I wanted to incorporate it into a board for clients as well. And this is an example of attachment of a Canva image. So this one is not one that I made, but I'm a part of Mexperts, which is a great membership if you sell any Mexico. And those Canva images, I can just easily attach into a Trello card. All right, I want to look at the dates function next. You'll see it in the middle. And this is cool, you guys, because this is going to send an email reminder to anybody on our card. Sorry, anybody on the board. So when I open that up, it brings me to this calendar. I can now set a due date. I can make it either recurring or send a due date reminder at time of all the way up to 2 days before. Oops, why can't I scroll all the way down? And then I want to make sure I save it. So now you can see it. The date is saved here, but you can also see the date saved on the outside of this card. And I'll talk about this later on why that can be great for client itineraries. Okay, next I'm going to jump into checklists. And I know this is a lot of information, but thank goodness we're recorded. So don't worry if you're trying to keep up. Checklists are great, you guys. We can create a checklist by clicking checklist. And by default, this is the title, but we can retitle it if we'd like. And then as soon as I hit add, it plugs it into the bottom of my Trello card. And now I can start to load it. So I can tell my clients about their passports. I want them to bring their license and, don't forget that sunscreen. On and on, right? Two cool things about checklists, in addition to how cool they already are. Okay, I put this link in here for a reason, because we know this is the correct website to get rolling if you need a passport. So I want to eliminate one more step for my clients. So I am just going to plug that link next to their checklist item so that they can see it and they know exactly where to go. Now, if you already have a pre-existing checklist, Trello is so smart. You don't have to retype everything. You can copy your pre-existing checklist all at once. And as you copy it, you'll take it into Trello and you actually add everything into one box. And then this is so cool. Once I hit add, it'll just separate it for me, right? It's so smart. I love that. Now, if you really want to prioritize the list, you can just drag and drop. And this is a real checklist. My clients can check things off as they pack, and I can see that. And we love a client that's checking things off their list, right? Okay, so that's the checklist function. I'm going to move on next to the copy function, because I know it can seem like we're doing a lot of work, but here's the beauty. You can copy everything you've created in Trello. So that checklist that I've made, it's going to remember, and I could recopy that again and again. This card, if I wanted a secondary card, I could click into that corner. I could click copy card, and now I have a secondary card. The same is true for a list. If I've built out a list and I want to create a duplicate, I can. And then the really great thing about copying is the entire board can be copied. So once I've got this built for my clients going to Mexico, my next clients, I can just copy this entire board. I can retitle it to my new clients' names, and then it'll create a new board. And I'm just going to go in and tweak those details for the next client. All right, so we've covered those topics. The last thing I just want to show you is how easy Trello makes it to move things around. You just drag and drop lists. You can drag and drop cards. So don't worry about where things are placed when you're loading your information, because once it's all on there, it's super easy to play around with. Okay,
our time, I knew it'd go by quickly. So I'm going to do my best to work through now the final board that we talked about that I give to clients. And I'm going to show you some examples of how we integrate all of these things to make a board for clients. This first list, I've got the prep to leave checklist. And I used the description. I kept it simple, just make sure you get this done before you go. I found a helpful article on luggage size restrictions that I thought would be handy for them to have. And then here's my checklist. We've got final payment. Here's their resort app, and I want them to download it. And this is the link to download it. I want them to add insurance. And guess what? This is my insurance link that's tied to me, so that we don't miss out on commission, but they can also go and pick out what works best for them for their insurance. Again, here is that passport link. I want them to get WhatsApp, and here's how they get started on that. And then, the rest of prep items are listed there. I love the what to pack list. This is a way to just show your clients you're thinking of them and personalize it some more. I will assign a due date to the what to pack card. And I'll send it about a week before travel, so they get an email reminder like it's time to get packing. And that's what I just put in the description. I like to link the weather to where they're going so they can see what it's going to be like. And then I also include TSA's website so they know what to bring and what not to bring. And then again, here is a checklist of what they should be packing. Okay, enrolling in STEP. Let's talk about this one because this one was simple. I actually just went to STEP's website, copied and pasted the exact information and plugged it in here because we don't want any gray area. We want our clients to know exactly what they need to do and what's happening. And Trello will also allow you to watch YouTube videos within a card. So now I've got instructions, I've got a helpful video for my clients, and I also have the link for them to go to enroll. Right? It's all about eliminating all of those hurdles our clients feel so that they feel well prepared for their trip. Let's talk about the flight list. We can load flight documents. We can prepare international airport info, their transfers. This is another great example of multiple things being integrated. I explain exactly to my clients what's going to happen upon arrival. I provide the phone number of their transfer company. I remind them to tip the driver, and here is the link provided of their company. And then Amstar actually provides this image for us. So I want my clients to have access to it. And it's this great visual of how that whole process works. So they are well prepared upon arrival, what to do and where to go. All right, let's talk about resort information. Here I can load my client's reservation. I can give them a checklist on what to do upon arrival. Here's a few items to take care of. And then this is another example of a simple Canva image or photo that you can just set as the card. I kept it simple and I said, here it is. This is a map of your resort. It would be great to have, obviously, once you're there. So that's provided for them. And I did the same thing for this tipping guide, which I think I showed earlier. All right, couple more things, and then we'll wrap up. This is also a simple Canva image, and I tell my clients if they want to make the most of their time at their resort, these are recommended activities that they do. And again, this is through Mexperts that I just am able to plug these in for them. I explain off-resort activities and restaurants. This is really cool too. Okay, I'm going to put all of my clients' booked excursions into a card, but you know what I'm also going to do? I'm going to give them my excursion link because we know that clients will get into destination and then they'll change their minds, right? They're like in YOLO mode, I want to do all the things now, even though we've asked them before they left and they said no. So I've prepared my clients for that. Here is a card. If you want to add any excursions during your travel, just click below. I've curated a list, and guess what? This is tied to my affiliate link. And I've been able to prepare it for them for things that I think they would enjoy. All right, and then I have this whole returning home list. It's kind of explaining departure, welcome home, and then kind of feedback and wrapping up their trip.
Okay, I know that was a lot, so thank you so much for keeping up. Just a few closing thoughts, because I know we're getting close on time here. These boards are really as awesome as you want to make them, right? My clients love them. It also really helps me to make sure I'm covering every aspect of my client's trip. And I'll finish on that. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I would love to stay connected over on my Etsy page, Elevated Travel by Dee, which is also discounted on the HAR promo page. So I'm going to pass things now back to Steph and Shayna. Thank you guys so much for joining me.
Hello. Hello.
Am I good to?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, we've got a couple minutes. So
okay.
I would love for you to share the specials that you have, because I think that would be great for everyone listening to know a little bit more about.
Oh, yes. And I'm sorry, because I think I took it off of share screen. So let me just do that real quick. Okay, hold on.
I have them up as well if you need a fun reminder, because they are awesome.
Okay. Do you have the resource board up, or do you want me to pull that up?
Oh, no, the boards I don't have up. I just have the deals. I have the deals.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what would you like me to show?
I would love the 20% off the Trello boards, itineraries, and more. That one.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. I'll get my Etsy shop pulled up, but the discount code would be just HAR20, HAR20 at checkout.
Yeah, amazing. There are some great resources for everyone in the comments. I do have one question that would be great before I let you go, is why would somebody use Trello instead of, say, like a Travify, a TravelJoy, or another itinerary provider?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am trying to find my main screen where we're talking. Can you see me okay?
I absolutely can. You're great. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is an excellent question. And my answer to that is everybody just has to do what works for their brain and what works for your systems. Yeah. I do use TravelJoy as my CRM, but I don't like the itinerary app at all. And I'm already working in Trello with other parts of my business. So to me, it doesn't feel like an extra thing because my business already lives in Trello. And I don't know, I think that there's a CRM that serves its purpose, and then Trello also serves different purpose. So you just have to do what's best for your business. Make sure Trello clicks for you and that it's easy. And that's something that I have found I really love doing. And so that's why I choose it.
Yeah. I think for everyone listening in the comments, this is really an option that's out there, right? So you decide what option works best for you. I absolutely love that answer. With that, I do have to let you go. I love letting people go on a great, I love letting people go on a great answer because we have our next Edgy Spot. Per usual, you were wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. And we're definitely going to have you back because that's what
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, so good. Okay. So we have put the links to the deals that Dee has offered, along with 40 plus other Host Week deals. So definitely go take a look. That is in the comments right now. Before we do head into our final two Edgy Spots of the day, I want to remind you of some of the giveaways that we have because they are so good. We have 10 amazing giveaways. We have coaching agents through travel, 2 free 12-month memberships to their network, the Wander Network, a free social media session with their team, Dugan's Travels, a Starbucks gift card, Colette, $1,000 travel voucher, Royal Caribbean, 2 spots on one of their cruises. There are 2 to choose from, Bahamas or Alaska, Solstice Collective, building you a website in a day, Anchor Travel Experts, a one-on-one travel agent efficiency audit for processes. Intrepid Travel is giving away a short break trip valued up to $2,500. Stillwater Safaris, a $500 travel voucher, and Wyndham Grand Rio Mar Rainforest Beach and Golf Resort, a 3-day, 2-night stay. Okay, next up, we have the wonderful Shelby, who is the host agency owner of Travel Fun Biz. We will link their profile in the comments so that you can go check them out. ask questions, learn more about them. And she is going to take us from selfies to sales and how travel advisors can profit as influencers. So please feel free. If you have questions, put them in the comments. We will track them. And if we have time, we'll ask. And if not, you can go directly to her profile to ask her. So Shelby, I hand the stage over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. We good? All right.
Yes, we are.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. Gosh, this is my passion. I really actually made my whole business on social media. So I like to tell people, I know everyone has their way and there's a lot of noise out there, but coming from someone who literally started back in the day when Facebook was invented and actually built my $1 million business through social media alone, I do have all the actual tips. So I try to give all of my agents a social media training with some of the bullet points. And today I'm going to share them with you because I really believe in this whole industry. And I know how frustrating it is. I'm an actual real travel agency owner, but I have been a travel agent too. In my past, I worked as the cruise director for the Love Boat. Anybody remember Princess and the Love Boat? So I really was a real live Julie McCoy. And when social media came out, I started to realize that this was going to be an actual venue for people to have a sales platform that don't have a ton of marketing money. That vision was very early on, and so I capitalized on it. But I do see a lot of people doing social the wrong way, and I want to show you what's worked for us, and I hope it works for you. So the first thing I'd like to remind you all is you are all travel influencers already. I think a lot of agents have in their mind travel influencers are like Instagram models, kissy face, bikinis, that kind of thing. That's really that's just not the way it's translating. And I'm a proof of that because that's not the way I built my business. I did it more for informational. Sales, not selfies. So here we go. I want to remind you, it's important you remember that 75% of the destination choices are influenced by social media now. Social media is the way people are making their decisions. It's the way they're voting in elections. So anyone who seriously is not taking social media with the utmost respect that it deserves is just missing out. You have to be on this platform. We have 73% of travelers saying that the influencer content directly impacts their bookings. Gen Z and millennials are trusted social proof more than ads or even friends. And these are actual stats. So we know social media is moving the needle. And just so you're aware, we have gotten 3 Magellan Awards for our social media content for Travel Fun and our AI content for our agents. So we do know what we're talking about here. I want to remind you, you're already an influencer. Like I said, your clients are really following your trips. They're following your meals. They're following your excursions and your adventures. It's not just about posting. It's really about the interaction. And I'm going to show you just an interactive way of converting the selfies to sales. Okay. I want you to stop thinking I'm just sharing. You're really shaping buying decisions. I also want to caution you to not give out all the information, and I'll give you a few examples at the end. But every social post is a soft sale. That is what you're doing. Whether you intentionally do that or not is up to you, but it really is a soft sale. And here's why social media beats the traditional marketing. It outranks everything. It outranks TV, it outranks print, it even outranks word of mouth at this point. Authenticity wins, so they really do want to see your posts, not ads. I also like to remind teams, like our team has a social circle, a photo circle, where we put all of our media from different trips so that our other agents can use that as user-generated content, UGC. That's a great thing to do with your teams or other travel agents that you're just colleagues with, that you get along with. I let them use anything that I have, and most of them will give us their content too. So maybe we haven't been to that particular resort or that particular ship, but one of my agents has. So we have that in the photo circle. So I really highly recommend, as a team or a team lead, you get a photo circle together and share your authentic content, because people definitely are buying from authentic content that's user generated, not just the promo stock photos. That's very important. The personal connection is the most important, and I learn by examples best, so I'll give you a few at the end and you'll understand what I mean. But again, this is about you and your personal connection with people. We really want to talk about the booking power is visual power. So if you're not making it a business unless you're posting on social regularly, millennials are picking destinations specifically on Instagrammability. There's some documentaries out there now showing how bad a travel trip can go by people just thinking they can do it from Instagrammability because they're not booking with a travel agent and they're just going through AI, and then they end up in these really bad places, but that little portion of it was Instagrammable. So it is a big deal now that's being affected by their choices are being affected by that social media posting. Of course, you want to think about inspiring. But the most thing you want to think about is how you can engage them. And that word is used so often, but what that really means is ask questions. Leave key info out. Like, the number one message I want you to take from here, and you can write it in the comments to remember, is post with missing information. And what do I mean by that? I mean, usually if you're posting a trip, you have the date, the ship or resort, and the price, right? Leave one or two of those missing key informations out of your post. Why? It's not because you forgot. People will go, well, how much is it? Well, you didn't tell me what day it was. But that's to create the curiosity. That's to get the conversation started. You don't want to give it all away. And there's reasons for that. For example, you might have a trip that you're posting about. That particular trip is going in April, but this customer can't go in April. If you don't have a conversation with them, you won't find out that it's really just the date. And will you have that same trip in August when they can go? But if you're not having that conversation and you don't even know that they're interested in that, like, let's say it's an Italy trip, then you've missed out on such a warm lead. They may not be able to go on that trip. And if you give them the date, the ship, and the price, they're just going to pass you up. You didn't even know that they were interested in going to Italy because that date wouldn't work for them. This is why it's so important to leave some key information out. Another reason to leave key information out is because it gets this conversation started. They start commenting on your post, questioning them, like, which ship is this, or which resort is this? And that helps your Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn, all of them the same algorithm. I keep using the word Facebook because that's how I started, but they're all pretty much the same at this point. If there's comments, it's going to add to the algorithm. So creating that question, even though a lot of times they might even say it like, hey, you forgot the date, like, but you didn't forget. That's part of being a good businesswoman or man. You have to know how to get your warm leads to talk to you so that you can figure out and overcome their objection or obstacle. So engage, ask questions, and leave key information out. The number one step, and this is one of 4, is post with missing information. Leave one or more key piece of information out. That's going to help you engage them. Then you converse, then convert. So there is an art to this. It is not just a one and done. Do not be in a rush. We are all in a rush, but this is not the time to be in a rush. When someone asks you a question, for example, if someone asks me how much it is, I would tell them I'll direct message them, and then I will ask a question. I don't just drop the number in there because I want more information. And again, I'll give you an example at the end, but these are really key tools that I see missed again and again and again. So there is a strategy to it. Building a social funnel. Now, this could be a little bit more advanced for some of you, but I wanted to try and get the gamut. Of course, you want your link in bio, a Calendly link or a TidyCal link. I always recommend TidyCal. It's much cheaper than Calendly. If you're not familiar, you can always DM me. I think it's like $40 a year instead of $40 a month, and it's the same system. There's a landing page that you can always get together, but more importantly, that booking link, booking a conversation with you. So booking a time to speak to you, because when you have a TidyCal or Calendly link, you're going to get their email, their phone number. That's their first party information. And you don't want to just have empty conversations on social all day. You want to get their email and their phone number, or one or the other, or both is better, but you definitely want their first party information. So things like Calendly and TidyCal are super, super helpful with that, because you can just say, hey, just mark something on my calendar, and then they're going to put their information in there, and then you'll be able to retarget them, resend them emails, etc. Automate messages and reminders with tools like TravelJoy or Traverify or Go High Level. That's a little advanced, but if you're not doing that and you have access and you're paying for these features, you really should be doing some automated potential messaging to them to have that repeat loop and inspire them, and not just try to sell them. Celebrating where you've been is much more effective, and celebrating where you brought a group is much more effective than just selling something. So celebrating versus selling is a big difference. I never sell anyone anything. They always ask me. So I built the whole business around figuring out how to psychologically social sell in a way that the customers want my information and they're asking me for information. I'm not telling, I'm just answering their questions. So that's the kind of the loop I think that most people don't really get innately. They always think they just want to sell and press and just put stuff out there and people should want to buy it. But they have to think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. It's a social psychology of selling. It's not just, post it on your page, post and pray, as I say. Doesn't really work very well. Content pillars for agents. Inspiration is really important. Of course, people have bucket lists. I know you probably have already been to these bucket list trips. Most travel agents have been to a lot of places. They love traveling. I want you to remember that the bucket list trips there's usually there's a half dozen I can think of that everybody has on their bucket list. So don't forget to re-energize that every now and again, even though you may have been there or you think you've talked about it. It's really important to remember that many people, for example, have Italy on their bucket list, and it is such an incredible country to visit. So please, remember that you aren't just sharing what you have done, but what someone else might want to do. So kind of think about what's in it for them, right? With them, what's in it for them. That's another thing to really keep in the forefront of your mind when you're doing social selling. Education, of course, I think everybody's really good at this. All travel agents are good at insider knowledge and travel tips. People love travel tips. And I think you should really get into the hashtags of travel tips too. Lifestyle, behind the scenes, and humor. There's really nothing that connects people quicker and easier than humor. So we're not, I often say I'm not funny on stage, but I'm funny in private. My husband's much funnier than me, but I have a great sense of humor. But I try to go out of my comfort zone and do funny things as well, because that is a way on social platforms to really captivate people. We did a whole storyboard of funny ads that if you ever want me to send it to you just for some ideas for content, just shoot me a message. I still live on LinkedIn and Facebook the most, just because that's where I do most of my sales. But I am on all the social platforms, so whichever one you use the most, you can message me and ask. But being funny and having that laughter, that's one of the best ways to make connections. Conversions, limited offers, of course. Group invites is really important. If you're not doing groups, you don't have to lead the group. There is somebody that would love to lead a group. So I often tell my agents, and we've grown very fast due to the fact that I came from groups and I teach groups to my agents, right? How to build groups. And that's one of the reasons we've grown so fast, is because, if you're going to book 2 people on a trip, versus booking 20 or 30, you're going to get a lot more money out of 20 and 30, and it's a lot easier. It's a rinse and repeat, right? Because every time you build a trip, it's super intensive because they're all a little different. So talking about how to get your network to figure out who those group leaders are, because there are absolutely in everybody's network, I 100% believe there is at least 4 people that would love to build a group and love that TC, and they would love to tap into their people and their network for you. So talking about groups is really important to hit your sales goals. To post with purpose. So again, does it ask questions? Don't just post and pray. Does it inspire emotion? And is it creating curiosity? That's the biggest thing. Is it creating curiosity? Is it going to create a conversation? Because the sales are in the DMs. The sales are not, very rarely, I mean, like incredibly rarely, will you ever get someone that posts a trip and then says, oh, I want that trip, here's my money. It will probably happen once or twice in your travel agent career. It's very rare. You has to create a conversation. And then another question is, does this highlight me as a trusted travel expert? Because a lot of times people are dabbling in travel. They don't want to say they're an expert because they're not an expert in everything. I'm certain you have a team member, whatever company you're with, our whole team gets in a thread. And like, for example, we have an agent that lives in Alaska. Naturally, if we have an Alaska question, we go to her. We have an agent that lives in Colorado. So, just today they were asking about a ski trip. One of my other agents was planning a ski trip. We go to her for some ski advice. We have an agent that is an expert in each field. We aren't also maybe not the expert in every single field, but you should be able to connect yourself with people that are. And so you should be able, and you should always try to purport yourself as the expert. You are licensed, insured, and bonded, I'm sure. And that's important that you're perceived that way. So not really fake it till you make it, but come out strong, because you have a team of people you should be able to ask to be that expert, because that's how you learn and that's how you grow. So just want to make sure you don't sell yourself too short. Creating curiosity, leaving a key piece of information out purposefully, and I'm going to show you what I mean by that. Qualifying your leads, use direct messages to qualify questions. When they ask you how much it is or where it's going, do not answer that question. Ask another question. And it's hard at first because that's not the normal way. But I promise you, 90% of the time you ask the next question, you found out, you know what? They would go to Italy or they'd go to Greece. In fact, I have an example exactly of that. Then you're like, oh, okay, Greece too. So now Greece is on the table. So that's very important for your qualifying questions. That way, the next time you have a Greece deal, you're like, hey, you couldn't go to Italy, but we got a deal on Greece. And it gives you another opportunity to organically reach out to that person, give them what they want, and then they in turn go with you for their booking. So that's really the way the circle goes. Speed matters. You have to reply fast. It's just the way it is. You absolutely have to be on social media. And if you want to make this business large, I will tell you that people have a very short attention span. If I can't answer the question because I just don't have the answer, or I'm out with people, or I'm doing something with the family that I just can't be away, I will at least just go, oh yeah, I'll get right back to you. I'm going to be out for a couple hours, but how is 4:00 tomorrow? Can I give you a call? So never leave it open-ended, always shut it down. And again, your goal is trying to converse with these people. Your goal is not just to sell something. It's really to build rapport. It's really to find out what else you can help them with. So I just want to make sure, you understand that this is a conversation. Social selling isn't about just posting pretty pictures. It's really more about the curiosity you're creating, the algorithmic effect that's having when they ask questions, and how you deal in your DMs. TikTok is definitely on the rise for sure. That is a platform that wasn't converting as much before. It's the only platform that has taken people from Facebook, which I believe is still the largest, at least travel seller, because of the demographics that hit Facebook. But it's a great platform to get into if you haven't already. Lead follow-up strategy. So use automation for warm leads. Okay. I find a lot of agents are not at that level to use automation, but it's something that you can do for warm leads. I would absolutely set reminders for manual follow-up, such as when you have a conversation with someone, and even though you're trying to sell them that Italy trip, they mentioned they liked Greece, you put that in an Excel sheet even, or you put it in your Traverfy or TravelJoy or whatever CRM you're using. You put that as a note in there for yourself, and you give yourself some dates to follow up. So set reminders to follow up so that you don't forget, because you want to keep that, you want to be in their head. It doesn't always have to be about travel. Also, you could just reach out and be like, hey, I know you were doing some travel stuff, but how are the kids doing? So just keep that in mind. The action plan for this week, I wanted to go through and show you just one thing. I wanted to show you an example because I thought this was great. All right. Okay. So this is what I mean by money's in the DM and asking more questions. So, hi, Joe. Did you say you were interested in that med cruise I posted about? So I know that he wanted the med cruise, but I don't say, hey, I have that info for you. I ask a question right away. And they go, yep, I always wanted to go to Italy. And so I'm like, of course, yeah, it's one of my favorite runs. You'll love it. What's your vacation flexibility? Do you have a few weeks, a month? What month are you most flexible? Again, I'm just asking questions because I don't want to give the date and then him say, oh, I can't make it that date and end the conversation. So I'm asking another question, another qualifying question. I can only go away for a few days, 10 days, pretty flexible, but can't go during March. Okay, so that gives me a lot of information there because 10 days, I can't put him on a 2-week cruise. I can't put him in, I can't go in March. So that gives me more information. Then I ask one more question. I say, cool. Have you been to Europe? Do you have a passport? And he said, I have a passport, been to London for work, but always wanted to go to Italy and Greece. And then Greece. Oh my gosh, Greece. Also amazing. KK, do you prefer a quick call or do you want me to email some info? So again, I don't give them any info in the DMs. I want their first party information. So that's important. So I ask their preference because some people like a phone call. Some people don't want a phone call. So I usually ask their preference. Says email. I says, you got it. If you send me the best email, then I'll shoot you some info. So that's something I'd like you to write down in the comments for everybody to remember. If you, then I. If you, then I. This is in my social media training course. If you, then I. Don't give out information then and not get like you don't have that email. You don't have that phone number. You don't have that. So you want to make sure you ask them, if you give me XYZ, then I will give you XYZ. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to show that. I also wanted to just show another example. So this is a group example. DM me to join our next group trip. That's it. And they say 25 fun people in our group. So these are just very organic posts that work. Another one from one of my team, amazing team. DM me for our group, our next group. They had a blast. So again, these are just call to actions. DM me. This one was great. This was a great one. I don't know if you can really read it, but again, she left out a couple key information points. She says this is a small yacht style ship. So she doesn't tell them what it is. So she doesn't tell them the exact ship it is. And it says the dates for this trip. She tells the dates. And then she does the if you would like more information, then message me. So if you, then I. And then that was another number 2, the 4 points. Number 1 was post with missing information. Number 2 is never answer in the comments. Never answer in the comments. Always DM. So they say, if you give me your email, I'll send you the info because the person says more info, please. And then it says, okay, great, I sent you the email. So now she's getting algorithmic juice on this post, and everybody else that goes to the comments to see what the information is isn't going to get the information. They're going to have to ask her or put a comment in there, right? And then this sounds awesome. Give me prices when you can. Okay, great. I'll send you the info. So again, if you, then I. Okay, so these are really good examples.
Hey, Shelby, I'm so sorry. Yeah, now you have to deal with me because the last thing I want to do is interrupt because this is so good and our comments are going off. But we do have to move to our next edge spot. This has been so incredible. You've been amazing. feel like these need to be like half an hour long, you know?
No problem. Well, it was just going to be a recap. And if they want the recap, they can just message me directly. So all good. That helps you guys.
Yes, please.
And
There are some great questions in there. Please, we're gonna link your profile on Host Agency Reviews. Please go in there, send Shelby and the team your question.
Yeah.
I know they will be so happy to answer. They're always super quick to answer. Shelby, you are fantastic. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. All right, team. We are just at that point. I can't even believe we're at our final edge spot of the day. Shelby, that was fantastic. It was like painful for me to jump in because I wanted to keep listening, as did everybody in the chat. You were amazing. We're definitely going to bring you back for more next time for sure. So our final edge spot of the day gives me absolute great pleasure to introduce Karryn Christopher, the president of Signature Travel Network, another wonderful consortium, and the consortium that our EduSpot sponsor, Travel Planners International, is a member of. Karryn is here to talk about how one size fits none. And that's all I'm going to tell you because I want to keep the intrigue going. We're going to send a huge congratulations as well to Signature Travel Network and their entire team for winning the ASTA Consortium Partner of the Year Award and the ASTA Advisor Community Impact Award. Congratulations. We are so happy for you. And again, one more huge thank you to the amazing Travel Planners International for supporting and sponsoring our EduSpot session today. We are going to welcome Jen Lee, one of Travel Planners International's fearless leaders, back tomorrow for her own EduSpot session. So stay tuned for that. And now I hand it over to you, Karryn.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everybody. The last presentation of the day. So for all of you who have been learning back to back to back, I will try to take it slow and take a deep breath and just, I am thankful for the opportunity to spend a little time with you. So as Shana had mentioned, the title of my presentation today is One Size Fits None. I think we have all tried on one of those one size fits all garments, and we recognize right away that it is not flattering. I know some people play on this with one size fits one, and that's really what it's all about. It's making sure that we're customizing the experience so that it fits the very unique needs of each and every individual traveler that we're serving and we're supporting. But I also like this title for you and in your business. Obviously, Shana had just mentioned that Travel Planners International is a member of Signature Travel Network. For those of you who are not familiar with Signature Travel Network, we are a member-owned cooperative. So our mission is very clear. We provide our members the marketing, the training, the technology solutions that they need to manage their very unique individual businesses. We have the preferred partnerships and the relationships that they need to best serve their customers. And then we recently also added in the element of our nonprofit organization, our charitable arm, which is Travel Elevates. And that's our opportunity to give back to the communities where we're traveling and where we're sending travelers. And I mention that because that's a key feature in today's presentation, talking about all of the unique ways that we can customize the traveler experience and customize how we're communicating with our travelers to make sure that we're connecting with them on what's most valuable to them, their true intrinsic values that really are driving their purchasing decisions. So with that, I will take it away. If I can move forward to my slide. There we go. Okay, look at these numbers. These are some huge numbers. So the bottom line, the 4,000 to 10,000, that is the number of brand messages our customers are receiving. We, as consumers, are receiving on a daily basis. It's overwhelming. We feel it. We see it in our inbox. We see it everywhere we go. Our phone is constantly streaming more messages, trying to capture our attention. And then that next line up, that 100 to 150 are the actual number of messages that are resonating, that are connecting in some way. So again, what is our goal? Our goal is to be that one person that really connects with our travelers in a way that is meaningful to them and will actually move them from just thinking about taking a vacation to actually planning that vacation. And so I wanted to talk through some of the what I consider very exciting travel trends that we're seeing. And again, I'll go through each individual element, but just keep thinking about all of the ways that our preferred partners, that these amazing brands that we're representing and that we're actually explaining to our travelers how each of those brands are leveraging and capitalizing on these overall travel trends that we're seeing. So let's start. This is one of the most exciting and fastest growing, and this isn't new growth within the industry, but the adventure tourism growth that we've seen year over year in terms of the number of new expedition ships, the other ways that we can incorporate exploration travel and more active adventure travel into those itineraries that we're planning for our customers. But these numbers are staggering. Not only have we seen growth over the last 5 years, when we look ahead through 2030 to that we're going to grow from 406 billion to over 1 trillion within this space. So again, I hope you have your very focused list of preferred partners that you are learning about how they are growing their business, how they're expanding their business, how their fleets are growing. But it's so important to make sure that you stay abreast of this changing part of our segment, because so many of our partners are incorporating that active, that adventure into their portfolios, because it is such an engaging way for travelers to really experience the destination, going beyond the sort of tried and true and getting off the beaten path and really, really embracing nature. Luxury travel market, obviously, we continue to see growth year over year. That's where we're seeing our most significant growth within Signature, and many of our members are experiencing that. But what I also think is so important within the segment is it's not necessarily always that luxury high-end experience. There are luxury elements within all segments of our market. So many people say, how can I grow my luxury segment if that's not my current customer? And that's what I think is so wonderful about our partners and our suppliers that we're marketing and we're selling. They recognize luxury is very unique to each individual traveler. So you can't assume what luxury means to your customer. It's really asking those questions, making sure that you're qualifying what they need and what they're looking for, and matching them with the right experience based on what their term luxury means to them. I love how even our tried and true destinations that we love sending our customers to, and some customers want to go back to the same places year over year, but finding a way to encourage them to experience, whether it's a country, whether it's a region, in a new way, because we are growing the ways that you can experience that destination and those new destinations within our favorite destinations. And we'll continue to see this opportunity for our customers. Group and celebration travel. So many people, when they come into travel, if they're just starting to build their book of business, group and celebration travel, that family travel, friends traveling together, it is such a wonderful opportunity to really grow your business quickly. And then the repeat and the referral business that comes from that market segment is so substantial. And again, the private villas, we saw it throughout the pandemic. People were looking to get away from home, to travel as a group. As many of us stopped going into the office, as our worlds in some ways got smaller because so many more people are working from home, as we gained that flexibility to be able to work and travel at the same time, this segment of our business really started to grow, and we continue to see significant growth year over year over year. So again, if you're just getting into the business, you're just developing your book of business, I highly recommend focusing on group and then that celebration travel as well. The slow season travel, we like to say our shoulder seasons, our shoulders are getting broader and broader. It used to be a month or two were the shoulder season, and now the shoulder season seems to be 2 or 3 months before and after that prime season. And it's important because so many people continue to travel within the prime season that it's just overcrowded for so many of our travelers. And so as we can expand that travel window, it just creates more opportunity to ensure that your customer has that ultimate experience they're looking for, and they're not feeling either surprised by the price point during high season or just overwhelmed by too many travelers within their favorite destination. So definitely this is an area that we continue to see grow, and we're excited for the future in this spot. Next level wellness. This is one of my favorite trends. And what I really love about our travel providers, whether it's cruise, whether it's hotel, whether it's the tour companies, they're doing even more to make sure that the wellness experience is what the traveler is looking for. It used to be they classified themselves as a wellness resort if they had a spa, but as it says, it's such going to the next level. And as we've seen, many people are drinking less. So we'll talk about culinary travel in a minute, but a lot of our destinations are seeing people focusing more rather than, a traditional food and wine experience. They want that wellness experience. They want to make sure that when they return from their vacation, whether it's a cruise, whether it's a resort vacation, that they feel even better than when they went on vacation. So again, this is such an opportunity to really get to know your customer, to ask those questions, to make sure that you are connecting them with the right experience based on what their wellness goals are. The other reason wellness is such an important segment of our business is as our travelers are traveling longer into their lives. I recently was talking to one of our members who was talking about their customer warned them, that they were getting ready to go on their last cruise ever. And within a day of getting on board, they called and said, or sent an email and said, actually, we just rebooked on board for a 38-day cruise for next year. And what I love about that is their advisor immediately started making plans. Well, their first call was to their customer's son to say, just so you know, your parents are going to keep traveling. But then their next step was to look at all of the ways that they could make the travel experience easier for them getting from home to the airport. Once they landed, the best connections to be able to get to their cruise, because they knew once they're on the cruise, they would be well taken care of, but they just wanted to streamline that process. And I mention that because our partners on board or in the hotels and resorts, they're really catering to that traveler to make sure that they're comfortable and they have all of their needs. And there's just opportunity to elongate their travel lifespan by really just talking to them about where they're comfortable and then making plans and redirecting them based on where they will have their best experience. And the rise of the solo traveler, we definitely saw this throughout the pandemic, is again, as people started having the ability to travel when they want to travel and work remotely, and people are just traveling on their own. I think it's part of the rise in the future generation of travelers. So again, a lot of our partners are developing even more ways for solo travelers to enjoy all of the benefits and especially the discounts. Many solo travelers, they don't want to pay that 200% premium because they are traveling alone. And many of our partners are finding a way to make sure that they can attract this demographic because it is growing. And then, of course, culinary immersion. So many of our travelers continue to say culinary leads the way. So that is, they're picking their destinations, they're picking their experiences based on that culinary offering. And it's really fun to watch how our suppliers continue to evolve and create even more opportunities for our customers. I know you all know this, the importance as an advisor, really making sure that we're personalizing that travel experience. And this isn't just when they're traveling. This isn't just designing. This is also when you're marketing, when you're communicating, every point of contact, you want to make sure that it is really truly personalized and customized to what you know your customer is interested in and what they need. Obviously, authenticity is key. With all of those brand messages coming at them from all directions, it's really making sure that your own personality is shining through, that they know that each and every point of contact that you make with them, that you're thinking about them and what their needs are. Sustainability and responsible travel. This is also, I mentioned earlier, Travel Elevates is our charitable arm. So many of our suppliers, they're focused on this as well. So whether your customer's focus is the environment, whether it's doing good within the communities where they're traveling, whether it's giving back to those communities where they're traveling, it is a growing part of our business and our future customers, future generations. This is even more important. And again, I'm just so happy that our preferred partners and our suppliers are focused on it as well in creating opportunities, not only for us to get back in the communities, but explaining how they are supporting their local communities where they're serving. Crisis support and peace of mind. There are always challenges. I'll talk about that on the next slide. But that's why your travelers are coming back to you time and time again. And it's also important to share those stories of how you are saving the day for your customers. People assume that nothing will go wrong in their vacation until it does. And so again, it's just reminding people that they need that support. And then, of course, the added value, all of those extra benefits that they only can get when they book their travel through you, and really owning those amenities and owning those special privileges that you know your customer can't find on their own. And you just need to remind them that you are their point of contact to make those vacations extra special. And yes, there will always be storms. I mean, this looks like a daily headline, whether it's the tariffs and the uncertainty that comes with that, the stock market fluctuations, obviously the immigration concerns that we're currently experiencing, wars, weather, and more. It's non-stop. But each and every one of those disruptions, each and every one of those doubts that people have, it's really when we have the opportunity to shine, and how our knowledge and our connections and our advocacy and ultimately that compassion that you share with your customers, that's what makes the difference. And your relationships with your customers, how you connect with them, how you're tracking all of those preferences that they have. I think during this time in travel, when our technology tools are evolving so rapidly, the most empowering thing we can do as individuals, you can do as an advisor, is making sure that you are capturing all of that customer information and really doing a good job of managing that and customizing all of those messages to go back to that one size fits none. You want that tailored experience. You want that tailored message. And that's what a traveler will remember. That's what will make them always call you first, because they can trust that you have their interest in mind and that you will always put forward the most relevant vacation option based on what their unique needs are. So with that, I think we have time for Q&A? I don't want to assume.
We do. We've got a few minutes. Thank you, Karryn, so much.
Of course.
Whenever anyone mentions kind of culinary experiences, I live to eat. It's why I'm so curvy and I love it. So I do all the food tours all the time. I come from the tour space. I used to work with a tour operator for many, many years. So I love that style. I think we're just gathering some questions for you now. Can I ask what I think you mentioned 8 different kind of trends, styles. Yes. What's the one that resonates for you the most? What's your favorite of all of them?
So at the moment, it's wellness. I, like so many people in your life, you've never been slowed down by health issues until you are. And then all of a sudden, when you have to start canceling trips because of an injury, it makes you really realize how blessed you've been up until that point, that you've never been slowed down. So last year I had a back injury and I had to cancel 3 trips. I was grounded for almost 3 months. So now all of my travel is really focused on how can I stay safe, one, be comfortable, but then also just how can I stay active and exercising and just so that I can not miss another trip, I think is my new goal. But then the other one on the list that's high on my priorities is solo travel. I've had that as a goal, a personal solo vacation for probably 5 years. And it always gets changed because as soon as I start talking about what I plan to do for myself, somebody says, oh, I want to join. So that goes back to the group travel. So I think it's just a matter of they're all great opportunities and we're fortunate to be in a position in our lives that we get to experience it and we get to take all the trips that we do take.
I completely agree. I actually, I slipped a disc at a conference last year and the hotel had to break into my hotel room because I had all the locks and everything. It was an experience. I flew home with the Hurtigruten team. And they really helped me on the flight. So I appreciated them wholeheartedly, but I understand active trips are outstanding. What I love is that there's so many different types and styles trending that you can really find what works for you. And Absolutely. From one solo traveler to another you want to go solo traveling, I highly recommend it.
Yes.
I love it. Because I love that I get to do what I want when I want, and you meet great people along the way too.
Exactly. So that's a lesson. I need to learn to say no when somebody says they want to join me on my next vacation that I've planned for myself. So I will work on saying no.
I get it. I'm Canadian. It's very hard for me to say no. So I totally understand. I do have some questions for you though, if you're ready. Yeah. Amazing. Where do we go? So I actually have somebody wants to learn a little bit more about the signature like conventions or like your travel event of the year.
Absolutely. Well, and we have several events each year. Our largest is our signature conference, which is in November. We've been in Las Vegas for, probably more than 15 years. Last year, we celebrated our last Las Vegas conference for a while, and we're moving to Orlando this year. So we're very excited to take the show on the road and experience a new destination. And that, like I said, that's our largest conference. So it ends up being 3-4 days, depending on if you want to experience the whole thing. We do appointments. We have an exhibit hall, a lot of workshops, obviously general session speaking. But for any of our events, I think the most meaningful part is that networking time. So whether it's meeting new partners and spending time with them or meeting fellow advisors and learning more about their business and best practices. We also do regional meetings. So in May and June, we go out on the road. So usually it's at least 4 cities a year. This year we'll be in Philadelphia, Chicago, Fort Lauderdale, and Los Angeles. And the reason that also is such a great opportunity is for some people, the Vegas conference is overwhelming. We'll have probably 3,000 people this year. So some like the more intimate experience of a regional meeting. And that's usually up to about 300 people, but we still have over 100 partners there. And it's a little more focused on some of those travel styles and some of those trends that we're seeing. We focus on those segments. Just knowing that it's the more you know about the unique things and the niche elements of our partners, the more opportunity you have to connect with your customers.
Amazing. I've been to some of the very big conferences and some of the smaller ones are just really lovely. So I love that you give the option of both, which is wonderful. Yeah. We are out of time, but for those of you who still have questions, we will link Signature Travel Network's directory into the comments for you. Please submit your questions on the Q&A tab. Their team is always really quick to get back to you, and they will answer your questions for you. We've also got some Signature Travel Network members in the chat too, so they've been singing your praises, which is great. But Karryn, thank you so much. What a wonderful way to end our Thursday. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, and thank you for the community that you create and all the support that you provide your community as well. We really appreciate it.
Well, right back at you, and Signature as well. Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. There we have it. It's another day of Host Week under our belts. So what do we have in store for you tomorrow? Lots of new things actually to end the week. So I'm about to change it up a little bit. So we're going to have a big party, first of all. So you don't want to miss that. We have our annual Luminary Awards ceremony, and it's going to be a ton of fun to recognize the best of the best in the industry. These are awards that we give out to our hosts, and Abby has created some really fun videos and stuff. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. Before I get into tomorrow's schedule, if you've been loving Host Week as much as we all have, we have an ongoing calendar of amazing speakers and topics all year long with our upcoming webinars. They happen on Wednesdays, and you can join right here in YouTube. We also will share them in our monthly emails as well. So what's coming up on February 25th and March 4th, Outside Agents will be back. The February 25th is available for registration. Again, these are completely free of charge, so feel free to go on our events page and register. We have Brownell joining us on March 11th. Dream Vacations franchise will be back on the 18th, and Jus Adventures will join us on the 25th. They all have different topics of conversation, so it's a lot about, again, education and learning. So jump in, see which ones are going to be fun for you. We usually post them about a month prior, so get ready for that. These do continue on a weekly basis-ish, and like I said, topics are amazing. We do host these year-round. So if you aren't subscribed to our email list and you want to stay in the loop with the webinars, feel free to go to our homepage and get yourself added. We send out one webinar reminder a month. So don't worry, we do not crowd your inboxes. Okay. We also have our weekly Friday 15 podcast, and we will weave that into tomorrow's schedule. So what's happening tomorrow? Juan, if you could play that slideshow, and I'll go through it very quickly for everybody here. So we are going to start with our coffee spot with Incentive Connection Travel. As I've been mentioning, please come back. I will also pick the winners for the coffee spot from TourRadar. Definitely for that. Incentive Connection Travel. They're oh goodness, the music threw me off. Incentive Connection Travel. It's going to be a lot of Q&A, so come with all the cues. And then we're going to jump into the day. We're going to play our Friday 15 with Iris Serbanescu. You do not want to miss that. We have our keynote with Oliver Catt, and that's going to be great. Then we're going to go into our host and consortia segment, a little bit shorter than it has been the last few days. We have 2 consortia, Westa and Nest. And then we have 4 hosts, Sava Travel, Modern Travel Professionals, Nest Plus, and Holiday Travel Agent, Inc. Then we're going to go straight into our Luminary Awards, have some fun, and we will end the day with our favorite, which is our final 3 Edge spots. We've got fantastic speakers. You do not want to miss this. As always, the HAR team is here for you if you have any questions. From all of us here at Host Agency Reviews, both on the screen and off, thank you again for joining us. We will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time for the Incentive Connection Travel coffee spot, or come back at 11:55 Central for the One Thing with our very own Rita Perez. All right. Time to tune me out, Juan, and have a wonderful evening, everybody.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty